for the third grade team. This is the third grade state team, and we want to spend some time with you today going over PLC Process 101. We want to touch base of several of the important components of the PLC process to get you a little more familiar. No matter where you are in the process, then something about this will touch you, and maybe what we're hoping is encourage you or motivate you to go a little bit further in your process. All right, the third grade team members that are going to be presenting with me today and to you today, I'm Robin Dawson. I'm the principal at Spradling Elementary School in Fort Smith. And of course, we're proud to say that we are a National Model PLC school. We are also a highly effective school accredited. And so we're real proud of that. Courtney Burdick is on here with me. She's one of the original third grade team members for the state team. She also works with me at Spradling, and she is an apprenticeship mentor teacher in my building. Rachel McKinney is here with us from East Point Elementary School in Greenwood, Arkansas. She also comes from a national model school, and Rachel has been an original member of the third grade team. We also have with us, we're really lucky to have with us Amy and Ilana Davis, Amy Story. They are ESOL people that have that familiarity and that specialty of the ESOL. So they have a lot to add about where those English language learners fit into our process. Amy is at Pocahontas, Arkansas. She's also an ELD teacher there. She's the ESOL building coordinator. And then Miss Davis is at Westside Elementary School in Rogers. She's the ESOL teacher there. All right, today we're going to have our agenda is that these are the components that we're going to hit on. We're going to talk to you about how to build a guiding coalition and what that looks like, how to do mission, vision, and collective commitments, about the importance of the self-assessment survey and the importance of SMART goals. Then we have a break time built in. And when we come back from break, we're going to talk about essential standards, how to pick them, what they look like, what the components of that are, then how to get your targets from your essential standards. And that leads us right into then building assessments. Then we're going to break for lunch. And after lunch, of course, you're on your own. We are not going to cater here on Zoom. We're going to come back and do our units of study, talk about how to build those. We're going to talk about the RTI, the strong system of intervention, and how important that is. We're going to share with you our resources, and we're going to have a break time to let you kind of comprehend and analyze all that you've heard, and then we're going to come back for questions and answers at the very end of the day. We're scheduled to go from 8:30 to 2:30, but I'm going to tell you that we're probably not going to go that long, just because we just want to make sure that your time is used very well. We're going to be concise about the things that we talk to you about. All right. So let's just get right into the morning. Let's start talking about a guiding coalition. The guiding coalition is going to be the very first thing that you're going to want to consider forming once you have decided that you're ready to jump off the bridge into the PLC process. Now, I'm going to tell you that a lot of the things that we tell you come from our own experience. So Rachel's going to be talking to you about how they do it in Greenwood, and then you may hear how they do it in Pocahontas and in Rogers. And of course, Courtney and I are going to tell you how we have done it from Fort Smith. I can tell you that within the PLC process, there are some loose things. And so when we're telling you about the sequence of events, it comes from our experience. And so at Spradling, we originally had a leadership team, but when we decided to drink the PLC Kool-Aid and really jump off that bridge, we knew that we had to move our leadership team into a guiding coalition. So, what is the guiding coalition and why? In the PLC process, we always want to know the why. The guiding coalition is going to be the driving force of your learning community. Everything that you do once you decide to go with that process is going to be driven through the guiding coalition. And they're your change force. They're your group of people who's going to move your building, protect your culture, and they're going to make sure that everything aligns. And you say, well, why do we really need a guiding coalition? We have a principal and we have an assistant principal, and they really do all of that. Well, within the PLC process, you will find that no one person, not even two people, have the energy or the knowledge to lead complex change in the building. I've been a principal for 15 years, and I'm going to tell you that over the last 5 or 6 years, I've completely let loose of the idea that I have to have all the answers and I have to make all the decisions. In my building now at Spradling, everything is run through the guiding coalition. And I'm usually just so in awe of the things that they come up with and the answers that they have. And because we all have the same mission vision and we're all going the same place and we're clear about it, I don't have to worry that the decisions that they make would go against anything that we've built within our culture. But I did have to release that. I had to be okay with releasing that power. And I did, and I have never even wanted to go back. You need to develop in order to get a guiding coalition, you need to develop this group of staff that you want to pull from your staff to form the guiding coalition. And people usually ask me when I present at workshops, they're like, but how many should be on there? And you know what? There's no exact number. There are buildings that I know of, even buildings in Fort Smith, that have 5 members on their guiding coalition. However, at Spradling, at my school, there are 13. And I bet if you ask each one of us on the 3rd grade team, there would be a different amount at each school. But at Spradling, there are 13. And you say, well, why 13? Why did you pick that? We have one representative from each grade level. And those are what we consider at Spradling our team leader. And so we have one representative each grade level. And our building has always been K6, but this year we're transitioning in Fort Smith to a mid-level education. So this coming year, we will be pre-K 5. So each grade level has a rep on the guiding coalition. You want to be sure everyone has a voice. We also have we have a SPED representative from our building there on our guiding coalition. That's so important. Don't ever leave SPED out. Our counselor is on our guiding coalition. We also have a representative from our interventionist on the guiding coalition. And we have one representative from our pullout on our guiding coalition. It happens to be our media specialist, but it really could be anyone from your specials, such as music, art, PE, those type of things. And so that is who we have on our guiding coalition. And then you say, well, what are these people going to do? What are their responsibilities? Well, I can tell you that one of the biggest responsibilities that they have is they are change agents. Because once you develop the mentality of the PLC process, it's all about change. It's about having that growth mindset. It's about having a change mindset, doing what's best for kids, no matter what, whatever it takes. And these are the people that are going to be your change agents. So, some of the things that they're going to do, the very first thing that our guiding coalition did was they helped develop within the guiding coalition the mission, vision, and collective commitments for our building. Now, they didn't do that in isolation as the guiding coalition. They did it as a group coming together, deciding we will be the leadership, and we're going to come together and put together a skeletal system of what we want or what we think the mission, vision, and collective commitments would be. Now, once they came together with some consensus on that, of course, it was taken back to the rest of the staff for their input, and then brought back to the guiding coalition to solidify what the building wanted. And then they also led the staff, then once it was set, in coming back together to saying, this is our mission. These are the visions that we have lined out, and these are the collective commitments that you have agreed to make. So that's back presented to the whole staff. But it is it's the guiding coalition and working with the staff. So you have to keep that intertwining going. It's also their responsibility to know the current reality of the building and then developing an improvement plan. That can be done through the self-assessment survey. My guiding coalition went through that right after we developed our mission and vision and our collective commitments. We started with the self-assessment survey to see where our building was right at that moment, the current reality. And you're going to hear a little bit more about the self-assessment survey and how to find that later in the day. The guiding coalition is the keeper of the process. They are the ones that are going to make sure that everything that's done stays true to the PLC process. The guiding coalition are going to set the school's SMART goals for how much we want to overall building wide, how much we're going to gain in literacy and math, setting our SMART goals for the next year. And then the guiding coalition is accountable, and they meet regularly to make sure that we are meeting, they're being accountable for those goals. And they're looking at where we are each increment to make sure that we're going to meet it by the end of the year. Some of that's done in team meetings with their own teams, and some of it's done in the guiding coalition as a whole. Also, they have to make sure that all new programs that come into the building align with the mission and vision. And if something comes in that just doesn't align with what we have committed to, we either have to work the new program to where it can align, or simply we just don't do it. We don't accept anything that will veer outside of the process. They are also data reviewers and keepers of data. And so my guiding coalition right now, this past year, we meet every 3 weeks, and we would commit one of our meetings about every third or fourth time. We would look at data or assessments to review those to make sure that look at where our data was going. So it's an important part of the guiding coalition. The guiding coalition gives the whole staff a voice. They make sure that the staff is heard and that what their concerns are. When we are looking at implementing a new expectation or a standard, we want to go back to the staff and get a feel for what they think needs to be done. And when we come together as a guiding coalition, they give them that voice. They say, this is what our team feels. They look at assessments from all grade levels and review them. One of the most powerful things we did last year, our Guiding Coalition came together and we brought an assessment from each grade level. And we made copies for a whole Guiding Coalition. And we sit and discuss those assessments. We looked at the format. We looked at the content. We looked at the standard that was stated there to see if it completely aligned. We looked at the rigor. We looked at the validity. And that was one of the most eye-opening things that we did as the Guiding Coalition. That really helps with vertical alignment as well. And so, it gave us a way to get our assessments with more continuity throughout the grades. Our Guiding Coalition sets curricular expectations. They decide the frequencies of CFAs and CSAs for our entire building. They might also make some decisions about assessments. As I told you, when we did those reviews, we ended up setting some different expectations. One of the things I think that they set was by a certain date, all assessments would have rubrics attached to them. They've set expectations for proficiency levels. They set expectations for when to have, certain content areas, standards chosen, the essential standards. I know my Guiding Coalition set an expectation of when all science standards for all grades all essential standards should be chosen. And then they set a timeline for when you need to have those unpacked and when we would start with those, keeping up with them the way that we do literacy and math. So they do set those type of expectations. And then my Guiding Coalition definitely handles a lot of that. Well, I'll just say all of scheduling. So there is one person that we have in our building that is kind of the master keeper of the schedule, but the Guiding Coalition definitely has a lot of input on that. Also, they lead the team meetings. So not as a Guiding Coalition, but like I told you, there's a rep from every grade level. So the rep that comes to the Guiding Coalition meeting, they go back and they lead their team meetings. They're called they're the lead teacher of that grade level. In the Guiding Coalition, our responsibility is we also do book studies as a Guiding Coalition. And so this past year, the Guiding Coalition did one book study. We also have within our Guiding Coalition at Spradling, this is not a PLC solution tree thing. This is just something that came out of my head, really, where I wanted to add another layer to the Guiding Coalition. And so at Spradling, we have something called the Leader of Leaders. And I have 3 of them in my building. They're chosen by me. And the Leader of Leaders are the leaders of the Guiding Coalition. And so while I have 13 members of a Guiding Coalition, I have 3 Leader of Leaders, and we affectionately call them the LOLs. So they're the LOLs of the building. And the LOLs lead my Guiding Coalition meetings. They also lead the book studies. And in addition to the book studies that my Guiding Coalition does, my LOLs have book studies that they go through with me about leadership. I'm always picking leadership books that I want them to read with me, and we go through those just so that we keep really set on what the leadership in the building is going to look like, and we're always trying to develop leaders. We have a lot of committees in our building. We have a standards-based grading committee. We have a committee that runs our STARS system, which is our system that we use for grading. We have committees for a lot of things, celebration committees. And so when these committees have recommendations, I know last year we even had a recess committee. When these committees have recommendations, they get in their committee and they make the recommendations, but then they present it to the guiding coalition, and then the guiding coalition will, help talk about what those recommendations are, take it back to their teams, talk about it, and then make a decision on it. So that's some of the things that they do. The guiding coalition definitely leads building PDs, and my guiding coalition actually leads district and even some state PD. They learn together. That's really important because clarity precedes competence. You need to stay together with your knowledge and learn together as a team so that you're all in the same knowledge base as you're trying to make decisions. So that's very important. And then the guiding coalition, they have the responsibility of the sustainability of the process. At Spradling, they are in charge of making sure that sustainability happens year after year, even as people come and go. And so what they do is they take charge, even in the summer. Courtney, that's on here today, that's helping lead this. She pulls in our new staff members each summer, and she starts leading them through the book of Learning by Doing and starts indoctrinating them into the culture of our school and our staff. And she starts helping them learn how we do our units of study, how we do our lesson plans, about essential standards. And so not only that, but as school begins, my leader of leaders will also have many PDs for not just new staff members, but maybe even specialty area, or maybe SPED will bring them in, and just to make sure that everyone stays constantly up to date on the sustainability process of how we're going to keep this going. And most importantly, the guiding coalition leads. They just lead. They lead the building in where you need to go. If you're a principal on this webinar, I hope that you will consider thinking about letting loose of those reins and developing a strong guiding coalition. It's been one of the most rewarding things that I've ever done in my career as a building principal, and I would never go back again to do it a different way. Here's the things that a guiding coalition is not. These are things that can really ruin, they can poison your guiding coalition. It is not a clique. It's not a clique of people together that are just making all the decisions. It is not a gripe session. When you get together, I know our guiding coalition meetings run an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours. And there is no time for that. We're making so many decisions that it's not about griping about what's going on. We are problem solvers and trying to move the building forward, both curricularly and instructionally. It is not about a time to discuss field trips or class parties or the trouble we're having with students or parents. It's nothing about that. It is about data, it's about curriculum, and it's about instruction. It is not a dictatorship for the rest of the building. They're not the secret society that goes in and makes all of the decisions and then comes out and tells everyone what to do. It's not like that at all. Please don't get that type of perception in your head. If you have that type, it's going to be a cancer for your building that will spread, and it won't work. And then also, I would guard you against a guiding coalition is not the workhorse for the grade level teams. So while you have a rep from each team on the guiding coalition, it's not all the work of that team does not rest on their shoulders. They're simply the facilitator for the team. They do create the grade level team agendas for their team meetings, However, it is not about them creating everything and doing all the work. It's definitely collaborative. And so you don't want to get someone in that situation. They will burn out very quickly. The work has to be spread across the staff. And it is a lot of work. So you say, how often do these people meet? Well, we started our first year that we formed our guiding coalition. We started with meeting once a month. And as Solution Tree, we had consultants and we had them come in and visit with us. They told us, and of course, we realized that's just not enough. There's way more work to do. So last year, we moved it to once every 3 weeks. And then this upcoming year, we've agreed to move it to once every 2 weeks. Now, here's something that you need to know. We never meet outside of contractual time. I don't have them stay an hour and a half and 2 hours after school. We don't do that. In fact, we don't do that for any meeting. Everything is done during the contractual day. The teachers that are the Guiding Coalition members that are classroom teachers, we get their classes covered for them. I do not use subs, so it doesn't cost anything, but we do get their classes covered through some of our pull-out people, some of our interventionists, some of our, I have 2 paras, and so, and then teachers also agree to help cover classes, classroom teachers. And so now during the pandemic, we weren't able to do that because we couldn't cross contaminate kids, keep kids from one classroom in another. But prior to the pandemic, we would have buddy teachers where we would put some of the kids in other classes. And so that's how we do it at Spratling. I'm sure there are lots of ways that other schools do it, but that's how we make the time. And it is important. Decisions are made. And by the way, in our Guiding Coalition, we do have roles. And so while our leader of leaders are leading the Guiding Coalition meeting, we do have a recorder that's there typing out every decision that's made. And within 15 minutes of the Guiding Coalition being dismissed that day, it goes out to every member of our staff that document that tells exactly what was discussed, exactly what was decided, or what we're looking at, or what we're thinking about, or what's coming next, goes out to every single staff member in the building. All of Spratling gets that information within 15 minutes. So we try not to ever keep anything a secret about where the building's going. We need everyone on board. We need everyone to know, and we need everyone to be kept up to date. Okay, so that is the Guiding Coalition. That is mostly what I wanted to tell you about that. I'm going to stop sharing my screen because now someone else is going to pick up on mission, vision, and collective commitments. Before we do that, I wanted to tell you, if you want to pose questions in the chat about anything that I have said so far, I'll be glad to answer those in the chat. And that goes for the whole day. You can ask questions there. All right, we're going to start with mission, vision, and collective commitments.
Okay, well, I'm Rachel McKinney. I was going to talk a little bit about mission, vision, and collective commitments. But before I did, I just wanted to comment on the Guiding Coalition part. I served on ours the first 2 years, and at our school, we kind of set up a system where you can rotate out every 2 to 3 years so that you're not always on that. And the unique part about rotating out was after 2 years, when the new person came in, I was kind of able to support them as they went into the Guiding Coalition and come back somewhat overwhelmed, thinking they had to do all the jobs. So once you're on it, your school doesn't have to be a permanent position. You can rotate out and learn a little bit through that.
Rachel, I really love that. I love that idea. So what a great thought.
Our goal was to kind of have it to where everybody eventually has been in that position and knows what's more of what's going on than just the team leader. But, all right, so mission, vision, collective commitments. These are 3 of the 4 pillars that pretty much control the mindset, the culture, everything within your school. And the first, and I could explain them, but I did go ahead and put in a video, if I can figure out how to do this. This is, if it comes up, Brian Butler, and he did a much better job explaining it than I do, if I can get it to the right point. Let me see if I can hear it.
Understand what a PLC is not. So they truly understand what this process is about. A PLC is not a meeting, it's not a book club, it's not a time, it's not a team. It's a school-wide process, and you have to embrace this ongoing, never-ending process of learning in order to understand that the deep values of a school that operates as a professional learning community. Of course, the PLC has certain things that we need to have in place in order for it to work, and that foundation is critical. Becky DeFore often said that if you're building a house and you don't build a solid foundation, then your house stands on shaky ground. And so Becky DeFore would often talk about that foundation, the 4 pillars that really set the tone for a school or a school system to operate as a professional learning community. Those 4 pillars are the mission, vision, collective commitment, some people call them values, and goals. Those are the 4 pillars that everybody in your school needs to deeply understand and embrace in order for your school to move forward. The mission, really, why do we exist? And we know why we exist. You know, Rick would say schools spend a whole year trying to, craft a mission statement. That mission statement, really, we know why we exist. We exist because we want all kids to learn at high levels, and the adults as well. Our vision talks about what do we hope to become. We try to paint a futuristic picture, a better picture tomorrow than it is today for our school. And so what do we need to do to achieve that goal? And then our collective commitments. That's the work that we need to do. The collective commitments are the critical questions. We as a staff have to agree to those 4 critical questions school-wide, not just the 4 core, but everybody. Art, music, phys ed. In our schools, our art teachers were identifying essential standards. They were creating common assessments. They were intervening and extending, just like our PE teachers and our music teachers. And so in order to make this a school-wide process, everybody in the school has to feel like they own this process. Louise often says people are less likely to tear down a fence if they help to build it. And I've seen some schools where they jump into the PLC process and they only focus on on music or on one subject. And we can do that one piece at a time, but we also need to make sure that everybody else in the building understands that they're going to be a part of this process.
So as he explained your mission and vision, collective commitments a little bit, but we're going to just spend a little bit of time on each one because they are the most fundamental part of your PLC process. They're what you go back to in all the time. They're what creates that culture within your school and how you function. And in those, this kind of a graphic here just lets you see how they flow together. We're just going to start with our mission. So your mission, it's a statement that kind of explains why your school exists. And for PLC schools, that's to ensure all students learn at high levels. I really thought our school had this down. I thought, oh yeah, we're good. We have pretty good grades. We make good test scores. But as I'm an integrated teacher, I teach special education and the general ed. And I started hearing people say things like, well, yeah, but those kids, you got to expect that they won't get there. And we started realizing that if our fundamental belief was all kids learn at high level, we had to really come in and focus in on teaching all students. So for us as a staff, it helped to clarify and our priorities and sharpen our focus to where we made sure we included all students. And when you're working on that mission statement or the mission of your school, serving on the Guiding Coalition during this time, we spent so much time wordsmithing, trying to make it come out just perfect. And we really thought we had it. We said we were going to provide opportunities for all students to learn at high levels. We just wrote out all this safe environment. And then we had one of the solution tree representatives come back about a month later and said, so what's your mission? And we all had to scramble through and pull out our paper and look. And they said, if you don't have it, if you don't know it and can't say it quick and easy, it's just a piece of paper. It's something that you've got to learn to live by. And then he asked us, so what's the difference in providing an opportunity to learn at high levels and ensuring that all students and staff learn? And that took us a long time to realize that we were responsible for making sure they learned, and we didn't just teach it. So as you're working on your mission statement, you want to really make sure that it's something that's focused on that student learning and staff learning. We had to, the first year we thought it was all about what our students learned. We were collecting data. We were so excited. And then we had to think about, how are we learning? How are we changing what we're doing? Because, you know, it's the definition of not being so intelligent if you do the same things over and over and never get the same results and never change, if you're looking for change. So, but you want to make sure your mission is focused on learning and easy to remember. It doesn't have to be a huge paragraph, just 3 or 4 sentences, but it's something that, as Robin was talking about, the Guiding Coalition creates a little bit, but then they take it back to the staff. The staff really has to have a say in it, have their opinions heard and their opinions voiced, because when you bring it and you present it as the final mission statement for the school, it's something that they're committing to, and to hear their voice in it and to know they had part in it, it makes it easier for them to own it, to hold people accountable to it, and for you to expect that to happen. If you just go in and we've always had a mission statement. It was something was given to us at the beginning of the year. We put it in our binder, in our staff binder, and we had it. We just didn't know it until we all worked together to create one. So as you're working through that mission statement, you definitely want to make sure everybody's involved and they understand. It doesn't have to be fancy, but every word in it means something and is very focused. And then the next part is your vision. The vision, it's how you make your mission happen. It's what you expect to see in the future, what you want to become as a school. You have to take that, look at the reality of where your school currently is and where you want to be within the next few years, 4 to 5 years. It's something that gives you something to look forward to work towards. It's not necessarily a goal, like measurable exact numbers, but it's where you want to be as a school. When someone describes your school in 4 or 5 years, how do you want to be described? What do you want to be known as? So as you think through your vision with your Guiding Coalition, you also can go back to develop it. You go back to your staff, take it to your grade level, ask them, what do you want to be known as in 3 or 4 years? What do you want the community to say? What do you want the state of Arkansas to say about your school and where we're at? And then start writing that up. Because if you can articulate a vision that is shared among your entire staff, it kind of provides that sense of direction for the continued work, for assessing really where you are and where you want to be. And it helps you look into those strategies, the programs that you're going to use. Every decision you make is based off of your mission and then the vision of where you want to be from there on out. And then the third pillar is your collective commitments. And you'll hear that called values. It's what your school holds for their staff. It's their behavior. And I have a short video of Rebecca Defer explaining it, and she does a lot better job than I can. So if I can get it to come up. And this is from Solution Tree's book, Creating and Protecting the Shared Foundations of a Professional Learning Community at Work. This is just a short video them.
The third pillar of the PLC Foundation is often referred to as the values pillar, but we prefer the term collective commitments. Becky explains its importance.
Where mission asks of us, why do we exist? The vision says, what are we trying to become? The values pillar asks, how? How must we behave today and every day in order to begin to achieve that compelling future we're trying to achieve? So it calls upon us to make collective commitments, to look our colleagues in the eye and make promises about what we're going to do together, to do differently, so that we can become that improving organization. Part of the shared vision statement says we're going to be a collaborative culture where we take collective responsibility for improving student achievement, okay? So that's a piece of the futuristic hope we're trying to achieve. So now the question becomes, well, what do we need to do today in order to start achieving that portion of the compelling vision? If you're an administrator in this audience, what would you need to do? What commitments would the administrative team need to make in order to promote that portion of our shared vision? If you're a teacher, what must you do in order to promote that? And if you hold any other position, what's your obligation to that community to advance this portion of the vision statement?
Okay, and this right here is, they're just doing a little skit to show you how these collective commitments, once they're created and your mission and your goal, can be used like in a meeting and discussions to redirect and guide, instead of creating arguments, to redirect and guide your discussions back to those essential things that you're trying to accomplish.
They use 100-point scales when we went to school. They did 100-point scales throughout. I bet 99% of secondary schools in America are using some format of a 100-point scale. The points might slightly vary at some schools, like maybe 90 to 100 or 89 or 91, but this is tried and true.
Well, it's certainly tried, Mike. However, it's not true. In fact, we said in our collective commitments that we weren't going to just settle for traditional practice. The commitment we made was to seek out the best practices for our students. And our mission that this faculty has agreed on is that we want to prepare every student for post-secondary success. Right now, it's been said that algebra is the window of opportunity that every student must pass through in order to gain access to higher education. Doesn't it trouble you that we're slamming that window shut on more than a third of our kids?
All right, so your collective commitments, those are the values or behaviors that you expect from your staff, and they have to agree on. I can tell you from experience, this is where we got the most backlash from our staff when we took what we thought as a guiding coalition was great set of collective commitments, and we worded it probably not correctly, and they felt like if they didn't do these things that they would be fired. But it really becomes a list of commitments, like committing to have every team member, every staff member on a collaborative team, and holding yourself accountable to be a professional and do your job within the school. So we had to spend a lot of time really getting our staff's opinions and thoughts on their collective commitments. What are they willing to commit to? And one of the things that really helped us through this was the action steps for bringing the mission statement to life. These are your collective commitments, and there'll be a link in here, but there are 11 of them. These come from the PLC books, Solution Trees book. But as you go through these, you'll notice that it's every teacher is engaged in the process of clarifying exactly what the students is to learn. These all revolve around those 4 essential questions on PLC. What do I want my students to learn? How am I going to know they learned it? What do I do if they haven't learned it? What do I do when they have learned it? And so you have every teacher committing to be engaged in that process, to clarifying, to making consistent curriculum for the whole grade level or unit, teachers engaged in a process to assess the students on a timely manner. And when the teachers are engaged in this and you're assessing, you're telling them that just because my class got behind, I'm not going to say, well, I'm not assessing today, I'll do it in 2 or 3 weeks, that they're held accountable for doing that. And that your school has to have a plan to ensure that students who are experiencing initial difficulties have something in place to help them, some interventions, ways to work through that. Every school needs to have a specific plan to extend and deepen those students who've mastered the skills and showed proficiency. Professional organizations, all professionals are organized into collaborative teams. That means everyone, your paras. We even had had our secretaries, we were in teams. Our cafeteria workers were in teams. That was really cool to watch them try to extend and teach through nutrition and different things in our building. They're organized in collaborative teams. The team of teachers is called upon to work interdependently to achieve their SMART goals, which is the 4th pillar. And you really have to work together, that you receive frequent and timely information regarding the success of your students. You're checking that data. You build a shared knowledge of best practices. This is one that comes back a lot on you, is that the best practice? And it's really a tough commitment to come to say that I commit to the fact that if my practice is not the best practice, I'm willing to learn new and try something different. And you don't just throw in any random practice just because. It has to be something that has been examined and assessed and looked at its impact on student learning. If it's not a successful strategy, we don't want to do it because it's our favorite thing to do. We do everything we choose to do is to further student learning. And that the leaders are held accountable to make sure these things, these 11 things happen. This document was one of our best helps as we worked through creating our collective values and guiding our staff. And once we were able to really convey to the staff, they felt like they were part of that, and we really considered what their thoughts, and they were excited to say, yes, this is what we'll do, because then in any discussion, if we started varying or we're like, oh, that's hard for us, we had to stop and say, yes, it may be extra work or extra time or a little bit harder. It's not the same stuff we've memorized, but we've committed to doing what's best for our students and to ensure they're learning. So getting that all your staff on board. And it's just, here's a couple of different quotes that just things that we've heard people say that, and says, values describe how we intend to operate on a day-to-day basis as we pursue our vision, and they're best expressed in terms of behavior. And this was one that really stuck with me. It says, if we act as we should, what would an observer see us doing? If values are made a central portion of the organization's shared vision and put out in full view, they become like a figurehead of a ship, and they guide a guiding symbol of the behavior that will help move them forward towards the goal. But that one of, if we're doing what we're supposed to, what will people who come in see us doing without us even realize we're doing it? Just naturally, what will they see us doing? Will they hear us talking about data? Will they hear us talking about best practice? What will they see us doing? What behaviors do we want them to see us doing? And then it's been that high-performing districts tend to rely more on common culture of values and shape collective actions than on bureaucratic rules and controls. The shared values typically focused on improvement of student learning as the central goal. And we all know that if we come in, if you walk into a staff meeting and they say, here's how you're doing this, here's what you're going to do, go do this, we'll do it, but you don't tend to, if you don't know the why behind you're doing it, if you don't have some ownership in it, if it's not that, it's not within a goal that you understand, we don't do it to the same level. So as you look through your mission, your values, and then those collective commitments, those are the 3 of the 4 pillars that really form your school's culture and the way you do things. And from my perspective, as a 3rd grade team, the first year we did this, we met once a week. That was it. The only time we sat down together to talk was once a week in our required time. as we really started committing to this and that our students learning and pushing them higher and ensuring that every one of them got it, this year we met daily. We were not required to meet daily. We chose to meet daily. We talked, it wasn't necessarily entire planning periods, but it might've been 15 or 20 minutes. But every time we met, we were talking about a student that was struggling, a group of students, an area we had messed up in, a new strategy, a new lesson plan. It got to the point that when we met for our official weekly meeting with our facilitators and our principals, we had to spend the first 5 minutes catching them up on what all we had already accomplished and done so that we could move forward, because we became so focused on that school culture and those commitments, and we held each other to them, that now when we come together, we still laugh and joke and have a good time but we are focused on making sure those students, it's what the students are doing and how to improve what they're doing. So that would be, and then I think it is now time for our next pillar, self-assessment and then SMART goals. So I'm gonna turn it over to that.
Okay, it's not letting me screen share. It says it's been disabled.
Okay, well, I will share for you, Amy.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hang on just a second.
Did that fix it?
No.
Wait, hold on. Who needs screen share?
Amy's story.
Okay, did that fix it?
Yes.
Yay! Perfect.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm Amy Story, and as you've noticed so far, there is a lot to PLC, but it is definitely worth the journey. And the next one I'm going to be talking about is self-assessment survey, the what and why. As you know, we need to self-assess. If we don't self-assess, we don't know where we need to work and improve on the areas that we need help on. I know when I was going through college, we had a professor that she would come out when we were doing our student teaching, and we had to fill out a self-assessment survey that she had made up. And I hated it so bad because I thought, I don't even know where I need help at. I'm so far. I was so, I wasn't familiar with anything. I was just learning to teach. And so, but in the process, I learned so much about myself and how to better myself and to surround myself with people that could help me. And I wasn't afraid. I got to where I was not afraid to ask for help, because if I don't know, I don't know. But if I know better, I can do better. So this is the what and why of self-assessment survey. It's to help you reflect upon your practices, the learning goals of what the students need to accomplish, your accomplishments, the challenges that you face. And when we figure that out, we're in return going to impact on our students' learning. It's like Robin said, it's the knowing the current reality of the building, yourself, and how to develop and improve. Because through the whole PLC process, it's all about improving. Each time that you do something, you want to get better at something. It's no different than a coach coaching a baseball team or a basketball team. There's a self-assessing. They're constantly figuring out what they can do better. How did that team beat them? What can they work on? It's the same for us as teachers. It's a very important tool to the PLC process. Like I said, it lets you know your reality about your school, yourself, your collaborative teams. And when you learn, when you're able to learn, you'll also be able to grow as a teacher. So the whole PLC process is about learning, not only about yourself, about your colleagues, about your school, about your students, which you do every year, but it helps you grow your pedagogy and improve it. It perfects your professional skills, and it's essential to improvement of teaching effectiveness overall. It helps you as a teacher to achieve your best levels, to achieve your goals, and it maintains an honest and assessment of the efforts that you put into each lesson. So it's something that might scare us, but it's something that you will gain a lot from by this process. These are some reproducibles of, this is the state learning team survey. This is what one could look like. This is the personal dynamics. It gives you across, we aren't the disagree, neutral, agree. We aren't ready for this yet. We are ready for this now. We're doing this. So it's kind of like a checklist to help you see what areas that you need to improve on. Down here is the collaborative task development. So this is your team. These talk about, the things that are in the PLC. And then down here, this is this is your questions for reflection. So it might be things that you're proud of, that you all did well, what you could be doing better. Like I said, it's not just about self, it's also about your team and how you're trying to improve with each year that you're doing this. It's an improvement. Then you have the collaborative team rubric. This is all linked. This is just, it's a reproducible from Solution Tree. I'm not going to read through this, but it also shows you the data use, your SMART goals, your instructional strategies, the success criteria, the next steps. So it's just kind of evaluating you and your team of where you are in this process and what you need to continue to work on. This is the critical issues for team consideration. These are you're gonna have some tough conversations. This is not an easy process at all. And we had some backlash with ours on picking the standards and how to pick the power standards. And, they were like, well, can't we just get it from another school? You can, but it's not going to work because you have to put the work in to be able to consider it yours. And a lot of times, as you know, we've made it through a pandemic. So if you can make it through these hard times, it will get easier and things do get better each year that you do this. But this is just a little bit of some reproducibles that you can look at and use if you need them. And then this is the teacher self-assessment survey to let you know about the effective practices of you and the students learning and how you did on those. And you need to be honest with yourself. It's like I tell my own children and my own, not just my classroom children, but my own kids. There's always going to be somebody better at something than you are. And does it mean that you can't achieve that goal? No, but it just means that you're going to have to work a little bit harder than someone else. And it's the same for them. They're going to have to work hard in certain areas too. We all have strengths and we all have weaknesses. And that's just something that you're going to have to grasp and be able to make the change with. And I've learned so much going through all these trainings with Solution Tree, and I'm a better teacher because of it. And I've learned a lot, but I still have a lot to learn. And each year I'm learning something new. And when I quit learning, I probably need to go do something else because that means I'm burnt out on what I'm doing. But I've tried to learn something every year, a lot every year. And you got to remember, there's always room for improvement. And I loved this quote by Dylan William. It says, if we create a culture where every teacher believes they need to improve, not because they are not good enough, but because they can be even better, there's no limit to what we can achieve. And that is so true in life in general. Teachers have a hard job, and we know that, but it doesn't mean that we can't be the best that we can be at it. And if any of my other team members have anything they want to add to this section, please feel free to do so. I will stop my screen share. Sorry if I went through that so fast. I get nervous. Are there any questions?
You did great, Amy.
Thank you. When I get nervous, I talk fast. So I kept telling myself, don't talk so fast. Don't talk so fast.
And remember, anyone who's viewing this, if you have questions about anything, put them in the chat because I'm monitoring that today. Okay. All right. Thanks, Amy.
Thank you.
On to the next section.
All right. So, oh, I can't share my screen.
Hold on 1 second. I don't know why it took all of you back off. Okay. All right, you should be good.
Okay. Yes. Okay. There we go. So, okay. I hope that worked. Let's see. Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we're going to take a look at SMART goals. Let's see. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Just to make sure. Okay. All right. So we've gone through just what a guiding coalition is and looking at mission, vision, collective commitments, and talking about the self-assessment survey. And so what we're going to talk about is SMART goals. And it was mentioned earlier how the guiding coalition is, they are and can be responsible for helping to set up school-wide goals or team goals for each of the different grade levels. And I know that in my building, our grade level teams, they also worked on setting up their own goals for their own team PLCs. And so I just wanted to take a look at a couple of questions real quick, and I'd love to hear back from y'all on this. What do y'all think the purpose of a goal is? Or what would you consider to be a good goal? Do you guys have any thoughts on that? No?
You can add your answer in the chat.
Sure. If you don't want to say it out loud, that's okay. When I kind of think about a goal is, I played sports growing up, and so, I love a team mindset and everything, but if you go into something without a goal in mind, then what really is the purpose of it? It's kind of just more of a get together. So you need to have something where you're all focused on the same mission, basically. When you're thinking about those mission and vision, as was talked about earlier, if you don't set those up from the get-go, then what's the whole purpose of the school? Getting everybody on board, creating that culture, what does it do? If you don't have a goal in mind, then what is it that you're actually trying to accomplish other than just getting everybody together in a meeting? So I want you to take a look at some of these goals that I have found and just take a look at them and let's see what we think about these goals. Would you consider these to be good goals? These are goals that that I found on different school district websites and such. And so what do you guys think about some of these goals? Do you have any thoughts? Do you think they sound pretty good, or do you think there's anything missing from them?
There's no way to measure them.
Okay, no way to measure them. Anything
Kelly,
else?
that's what I noticed.
Yep.
They're not specific.
No, they're not specific at all. Like, we're going to eliminate the gaps in student achievement. Well, what are the gaps? you know. We're going to help all students complete every grade, every course, every grade level, and demonstrate proficiency. Do we know what proficiency is? No. What specifically, which courses, which grade levels? The other one on the bottom, improve student learning for all students as measured by multiple and varied assessments. Do we know what those multiple and varied assessments are? Do we know what the measurement for proficient on those assessments look like? So we, in my building, we used to, prior to starting PLC in our district, we had similar goals like this, and these are great goals. Yes, we want to get every student to complete every course and pass every grade level, and we want them to do well on these assessments. But if we don't have a specific goal in mind of what exactly do we need them to do, what is our end goal in mind, where do they need to be, then these are really good hopes and dreams, but they're not really goals in mind. So what we want to focus on is what we call SMART goals. So a SMART goal, each letter stands for something specific. So the S stands for strategic and specific. And so these goals are aligned with, oh, and I have two withs, pardon that, with your organization's goals. So in your grade level PLCs, your grade level SMART goal needs to still align with your school goal. So if your school goal is to have 80% or more of students proficient on their standardized assessments, then your team PLC goal needs to still align with that. Your PLC goal doesn't need to be something completely different. It's, okay, is there something specific that we can work on in our grade level team that will help to get those students to meet that overall school goal as well? Or it could be maybe your district sets goals for the whole district. And so from a district standpoint, your school needs to set SMART goals that align with the district goals. And then you can go even smaller with your own grade level PLC goals as well. The M stands for measurable. And as some of you notice, those are really good goals, but how do you measure them? Okay, it has to be something that can be measured, that we're able to collect data from to see if we're able to reach that. The A stands for attainable. Yes, we would love for 100% of our students to hit proficiency, to make the grade level standards. We want all students to succeed. That's the end goal. But we also need to think about what can be attainable, what is achievable in the amount of time. You do want to have some smaller goals, and you do want some of those really big, if you've ever heard the term BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goals. So it's kind of like you want those big, like, yes, we want to get to 100%, or we want all our students to be here. But for right now, what is it that we really need to focus on, and what are the smaller goals that we can set and start meeting? Because I think sometimes when you have more attainable and achievable goals, then when you're talking about that culture and getting teachers on board, if they can see that the process works, if we follow the process with those smaller goals, the ones that are a little more attainable, when you see like, oh, we met our goal, you're going to start to get more buy-in with that as well. And not just for your teachers, but think of it from the students' perspective as well. When they see that they've met a goal and it's attainable for them, then that kind of opens them up for the next level. And okay, so I met this goal, so where can I go now? It makes kids more excited. I mean, I wouldn't want to be excited and be in school if I never met the goal. You know, if it's always the same kids that reached the goal or got the prize or got the certificate or got this or that. So making it attainable also something that we want our students to know that they're able to hit as well. R stands for results oriented. So it's all about the data. It's not about opinions. It's not about what we think or based on anything else. It is strictly based on data. So if your goal is measurable and you have that specific goal in mind and it's something that can be measured, then it is based on your results. Data alone, data speaks volumes. And then T stands for time bound. So you need to specify when it's going to be achieved. So a specific goal is great, but if you give yourself forever and a day to reach it, then what happens, you know, if you don't reach it this week or in 2 weeks or 3 weeks? I think that kind of gives us then the ability to say, oh, we'll get there. Like there's no sense of urgency. And I think sometimes as teachers, we need that sense of urgency to help push us. Like we really need to hit this goal, because if we can hit this one, then we need to move on to the next one. So
Rachel.
why should, oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. Davis. One of the things you said just brought something to my mind about when you went through the ways to look at a goal. When you showed us those first goals, which I thought that was so powerful, showed us the first goals, and you know, it brought me back to a time when we were working with Solution Tree, and they were like, you know, what do you plan to do? And I remember saying to one of them, Diane Kerr, our coach, I said, well, we hope that this will happen. And I heard you say that a couple of times, that, you know, of course, we all hope that all kids are going to learn. But I remember very clearly them telling me, hope is not a strategy. And I've always remembered that. And when you said it, it made me go back to, that's right. We do hope those things, but that's not a strategy of how to get there. And so you brought that out really clearly. So it just made me think of that.
I found it so much easier to write a goal with the SMART goal. When you had that pattern to look by, it was, you could focus more and get it narrowed down to write a really good goal.
Oh yeah. I've heard the same thing about what you were mentioning, Robin, about hope is not a strategy. It's really great and we all hope and we want to get there, but yeah, it takes time to write a SMART goal. I mean, the first time you ever do it, it's a little different. It's not the norm, but when you see the difference between a goal you've written before and how a SMART goal is laid out, then it starts to make sense. This is how I can make sure it's measurable and results oriented. If you keep these acronyms, if you keep this acronym in mind, okay, specific, measurable, time bound, okay, keep those things in mind when you're making your SMART goal. It makes it a little bit easier. And we're going to take a look at the differences between more of an action-oriented SMART goal, an action-oriented goal versus a SMART goal. So why should we use a SMART goal? So it offers clarity. Okay, they clarify why the work is done and the results that they seek. Okay, if we're really big on creating this culture and we want to get all of our teachers on board, and somebody had mentioned earlier about, I believe it was Rachel, had mentioned earlier about teachers want to know why. Why are they doing this? If it's just, if goals and stuff are given to them, then they have no buy-in. And so SMART goals clarify the why for alignment purposes as well. You want to align your team goals with your school or district goals by using your current reality and the intended goal. And so in the Learning by Doing book, in the section on SMART goals, they show you what you want to state. Okay, so where are we now? And then where do we want to go? So if you also think of it from that standpoint, so what does the data say? What does the data say where we are right now? So then when we look at that, okay, so what do we think can is attainable? Where can we move it? And then we're going to write our intended goal. And then it just brings focus. It focuses on the evidence of what students will learn, not what the teachers will do. And I've been teaching 17 years, so I've gone through lots of different programs and types. And so I've seen and I've written my own where my goals in my classroom were about what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. The teacher will, da, 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 da. And SMART goals are not about the teacher. It is all about the end in mind, which is student learning. So if we just keep the focus on what we want the students to be able to do, where we want them to be, that's going to help us to be able to create those SMART goals. So here's just a comparison between what might be a typical goal that you might see written and then what a SMART goal would be. So on the top row, you're going to see activity focused goals. So like this first one, we will increase the use of cooperative learning activities. I've seen that before. I've written that myself. It's been in my building. Nothing wrong with that. We do want to increase those things. But is this focused on the student's outcome? No, this is more of what the teacher is doing. Whereas on the bottom is a SMART goal. We will increase the percentage of passing grades to at least 93%. So it's measurable. You know where you want to go. Okay, results oriented. So you want to increase the percentage of passing grades to 93%. Okay, so you know what it's going to be. And if it's passing grades, so you know how it's being measured. So it's based on whatever for that subject area or that grade level, the end grade, and then where you want it to be. Up on the top, improve student learning and performance for all students as measured by multiple and varied assessments. This was one of the goals in an earlier slide. And I think we noticed that it doesn't have a way to actually measure it. So what specifically are we going to do? So look at the bottom, we will increase the percentage of students meeting proficiency standard on the state math test to 80% or higher. So it's very specific. It is driven by the data. So you want those students to reach 80% or higher. You know which assessment it is that you're looking for. So it gives you something to guide yourself by. So if your students are at 60%, or more like if your students are around like 70, 75%, 80% would be attainable. Okay. And then all students will demonstrate mastery in reading, writing, and math. I saw this goal written on a school website, which is great. We do want that, but there's no specifics in the goal. So at least 90% of students will meet or exceed the target score of 3 on our state's writing prompt in May. That's very specific. So you're looking at that 90%. You know what they need to meet is to get that score of 3. You know the assessment and you know when it's going to happen. So it meets those requirements of the SMART goal. Any questions between the difference between the activity focus, where it's more of the teacher, or the SMART goal? It kind of stands out. You're going to notice you're going to put more numbers in your SMART goal because you're basing it on the data itself. All right, here I have some links, and I believe that this presentation will be shared for everybody, so you'll be able to have these links there. In the Learning by Doing book, there is a SMART goal worksheet that is a sample worksheet that's filled out. And hang on, I'm going to have to turn this around. There we go. And in the Learning by Doing book, the sample they have here is a 3rd grade team, so it works perfectly for this. And it just gives you an example of how you can take a SMART goal worksheet and use it to help write out your SMART goals for your grade level team. So here they've given, this is the district's goal. So they're going to increase student achievement and close the achievement gap. That's great. That's what the district wants to do. That's what we all want to do. You have your school's goal. We're going to improve student achievement in language arts as measured by the district, local, district, state, national indicators. So when you're looking at your district and school goals. So now as a team, how can you create a SMART goal that aligns with that? And earlier I mentioned current reality and then SMART goals. So their current reality is, here's where we are based on the data. Last year, 85% of our students met or exceeded the target score of 3, okay, on the writing prompt in May. So they express, this is where we are right now. This is our data. So now, where do we want to go with it? So our SMART goal, this year, at least 90% of our students will meet or exceed the target score of 3 on our state's writing prompt. So you're looking at, just based on data, here's where we are. They went from 85 and their goal is 90. So make sure that goal is attainable, okay? And it's measured. It can be measured, it's based on data, and it's in a timely manner. And so what this worksheet does is, after creating your goal, you're going to see what are your action steps that needs to be taken, who's going to be responsible for that, and then creating different timelines or target dates in order to meet those things. And what is the evidence that's going to show our team that we have done this? And
I think she froze. Sorry. Okay. All right. She's still frozen. I don't even think she knows she's frozen. I don't have a way to control her PowerPoint to have it go on. So let's see. Oh, she stopped sharing there. Okay. Is she still on here? Not Amy. Is Miss Davis? Oh, she's completely off. Okay, so can we just go ahead, Courtney? We may come back to her. Can we go ahead with the next section? Oh, there's back on.
It's a break next.
It's time for a break.
Okay, great. Okay.
I am so sorry.
Oh, there she is.
Well, we were tap dancing, wondering about what to do. So go ahead.
Oh, I am so sorry. My internet is just going in and out today, so I apologize. I need to have this screen sharing again. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. So Lindsay, can you do that for us?
Oh.
Okay, for Miss Davis. Lindsay, are you there? Okay.
If not, if somebody could just share their screen, then I can just finish that. That'd be fine. Thank you, Robin. I am so sorry, everybody.
Looking for it. No, don't be sorry. So, can you guys see my screen? Can you guys see my screen?
No.
No? Okay, let me try again.
No, it says it's just starting.
It says it's starting.
Yeah, but it hasn't actually loaded yet. So
it says I'm sharing my screen is what it says to me, but you guys can't see it.
It just says you've started screen sharing. It's never, the process has never come through on our side.
Oh, goodness, let me stop it.
Yeah, and then try again.
Yeah, let me try again. How about there? Can you see it now?
No.
I think it's time for a break. I think it is, and we will try to work on this on our end. So, Courtney, how long was our break?
It's we're gonna take a 15-minute break.
Okay, 15 minutes. So come back at 10:10, everyone, and we will try to figure out what is going on. All right. So,
there's
Courtney
Courtney.
came on.
Do what?
Courtney's came on, but We've never gotten yours.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Okay, all right. Sorry about that.
No.
Davis, how much more did you have that you wanted to share?
I think I was right there at the end. I think the only other one was just a link to a blog, just a quick read by Richard DeFore. I wasn't going to read it out loud, but I mean, it was there at the end. So
When we, Courtney, go back one screen. Right.
yeah.
The next screen is break. So when we come back, do you want to just quickly finish that, what you were saying about that blog before we go?
Where did I cut off? Because I have a feeling I kept talking. So
about these, the goal worksheet. That's where you were talking about.
did you see the blank one?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no, I didn't.
You didn't.
No, it was the one that you were filling it, like the one that was already filled in. So
Right.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
I
to the
lost
very
y'all.
end of that one. At the very end of that column,
Okay.
the last column, that's where you got to.
Okay.
So why don't we
Yeah.
just pick back up with this slide? Liana, Lindsay, are you there? She needs to. I wonder if I can give you those rights since I'm a co-host. How would I do that, Courtney? How would I make her a co-host?
Yeah, I might be able to do it myself.
Okay, yeah, maybe you can. More.
No, it doesn't allow me.
Okay.
Options.
Well, we can, Courtney can just share for you until
That'd
you.
be fine. And then maybe during lunch, the lunchtime, then I can see if I could get Lindsay to.
Sure.
I've already dropped out once before too, so I am so sorry.
You know what? You just can't help that.
Oh, it's not your fault.
Okay, you guys take a break for a minute.
Are y'all still able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I've got 3 screens open, so it's kind of complicated. So I have like Zoom over here, presentation over here, and another one over here. So it's like,
Oh, wow.
Okay, it looks like it's time to come back off the break. We tried to work out our little kinks. And so Courtney Burdick has graciously agreed to share her screen with us. And so we're going to pick back up with Miss Davis. She had a couple of more points to make about SMART goals before we go on to our next section. So take it over.
Thank you. All right. Courtney, if you could just click on the SMART goal worksheet, the third one, please. Thank you so much. So where I cut out on my internet, I was showing you the sample SMART goal worksheet, the 3rd grade team sample that is found in the Learning by Doing book. And this blank SMART goal worksheet is also found in the same book as well. And so I just wanted you to be able to have that link as well. That way you can print it off if you need to, straight from the link on this presentation. But you have that blank one available to you as well. And the last link is the middle link, and it's just a quick little blog read by Richard DeFore, and it's on realistic SMART goals, which I kind of touched upon a little bit earlier, and just saying that when we think about those goals, one of the pieces of the SMART goal is attainable. So we want to make sure that, yes, while we want those really big goals, we'd love for that 100% to happen. We need to also make sure that they're attainable, that they're realistic. Not only because we want to make sure that we want to meet those goals, and sometimes you need those smaller successes to happen in order to build the momentum. It also keeps your teachers a little bit more on board, but it also helps for your students to see that they can meet all these, they can keep meeting these little smaller goals. It keeps pushing them forward. And so this is just, I thought, was a really good quick read by Richard DeFore, just on making sure that we kind of think about setting those realistic goals. And, you know, if only 50% of your students had made proficient the last year, and you're trying to shoot for 80% this year, that's a really big jump. So you just really want to think about with your time that you have and where you are. So remember to think about what's our current reality before setting your SMART goal. Think about where you currently are and what would actually make sense and what would be attainable within your first SMART goal, or however your timeline is for those to be set. So, and that was all I had. Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that Solution Tree had let us know at Spradling is that increasing your goal each year by 5% is huge. So 5% is considered amazing growth. So you wouldn't want to go over extending your goal over 5%. I mean, if you go over, that's great, but you wouldn't want to set it over 5% of growth. We try to keep ours at Spradling at 5%, but 5% or less is considered, 5% is huge. So,
well, I mean, when you think about the number of kids and then what 5% actually is, like, that's a lot of kids depending on, you know, for your building or grade level. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's.
All right, are we ready for essential standards?
Yep.
Okay. Let me see if I can. All right, so we're going to move into essential standards. So far, most of what we've covered has been things that you would do with your guiding coalition, you're setting your vision, mission, collective commitments, and then also setting your SMART goals for your school. And now we're going to start kind of working into things where you set goals within your team. And we're going to start trying to address that first essential question of, what do I want my students to know? And that is where our essential standards come in. And these standards are not anything that we don't already know. They're state standards. They are just standards that they identify the knowledge and skills that all students need for a particular level. And they identify what the students must know to be proficient. Like I said, they're chosen from your state standards. So you're not creating something new. You're just looking through those standards. But as you're looking at them, I know we think all standards are important, and they are, but we know as teachers, we put more emphasis on some standards than others. So they're more of the essential standards tend to be more of a promise that you make to your students of what they will learn when that year's over, what you will ensure that they've learned. It doesn't mean you're not going to teach all of the standards and you're not going to cover them in some way. It just means that you are going to guarantee these certain ones, and that you're going to allot more time to those essential standards than you would for the others. And I had been searching, and I finally found some information that I wanted to share, and I'm going to kind of just steal it from somebody else's presentation. But as you're going through to identify essential standards, there's some common things we know. We do believe students don't all learn the same way or the same speed. Some students don't come to us prepared like others. Some students, we have to teach how to sit in a seat before we can teach them a standard. So we know background and all of that does, but we also believe that teachers come in trying and with good intentions to teach. So when you start looking at standards and cutting them out, or finding essential ones, it's not that we don't think students can learn everything within our standards. It's what are we going to guarantee, knowing all of those things that we know about students and how they come to us. So here is just some researchers that find common successes in school. Marzano, guaranteed and viable curriculum based on a clear list of essential standards is the #1 opportunity to raise the level of student achievements. Hattie says achievement is enhanced to the degree that students and teachers set and communicate appropriate, specific, and challenging goals. That visible learning where we know what we're working for, like we just covered. The 4 talks about those essential skills, clear focus to academic goals, and then Ainsworth, the power standards. So why would we want essential standards? Well, first it addresses what do we want our students to learn, which is the first of the 4 key questions we always come back to and what we're working on. And we do these within our team, not the guiding coalition. This is the team. These are the actual teachers who teach the stuff, sitting down and trying to develop these essential standards and which ones are essential. And this was the information I've been searching to try to find as to why, because I argued this at our school. Why do we not just teach them all and guarantee all of them? We're supposed to, we're required to teach them by the state. And then this information was brought out, and it said the content that teachers are expected to address to be adequately covered in the instructional time teachers has available. And then it breaks it down that it would take 22 years for us to teach all of the standards that we're actually supposed to teach to that adequate level of proficiency. So that's why we have to break down those essential ones and those essential standards. And to be honest, we do this whether we're doing it as a team or as individual teachers. We know that, because I teach math, I know there are specific standards that I'm going to stay on for 2 to 3 weeks until I guarantee all the kids are able to add and subtract, to really understand multiplication and division as groups of, and skip counting and repeated addition. Those, if they don't understand that, I know as a teacher, when they move on, they're going to struggle. So we did this regardless. We just kind of did it in our individual classrooms beforehand. And now as a grade level and as a team, we sit down and find those essential standards, and we define them based on the priorities. We select them based on a lot of different standards. And what these are, they're really just defined as the standards that you guarantee all students will know and be able to do at the end of the year. They are standards that you will write your common formative assessments around, and you'll provide that time and support for students who haven't mastered them, and extensions for those who already have. So these are those that you're going to take that extra time. You're going to put them in an intervention group if they're not getting it. You're going to pull them back in small group if they're not getting it. So as you start defining these standards, that's kind of what you're looking for. And the standards definitely do not represent all that you're going to teach. They represent that minimum that a student must learn to reach high levels of learning. So they can definitely learn more, and you will present all your standards because that's the state, what we do and our requirements as a teacher. But those essential ones are the ones you're going to really focus in on. And one way that as you're going through your standards, as you're trying to select them, we have an acronym for it. They need to be real standards. That means they have to have readiness, endurance, be assessed, and have leverage. So as you're looking at each standard, you have to think through each of these on all your standards. And I know Amy said something earlier about it needs to be yours when you're setting your goals, when you're looking at different things. And that is something that as you go through the PLC process, you have to do the work. You have to sit and look at them. In our district, we have 2 elementaries, and we do not have exactly the same essential standards. We do not, there's normally off by 1 or 2. Some of them that we'll consider essential that they might consider nice to know, but not the most essential, where we might switch those around a little. But it is based on your teachers and how they read those standards and their readiness, and what they can feel like they can guarantee. And it also has to be vertically aligned. One of the best things we did was, as a 3rd grade teacher, we sat down with our 4th grade math teachers, and we just asked them, out of all of our standards, and they were in our meeting with us as we went through this last year, looking at them again, we review them every year to make sure they're what we want. And we asked them, out of all of those, which standards would you tell us that if the kid cannot do this, they're going to struggle 4th grade? And they lined out like 3 or 4, and they said, these are the most important. If you can't teach anything else, teach those. So those were like our essential of essentials, doing that vertical alignment. But as you look at your standard, the first thing you look at is its readiness. Does it provide the student with the essential knowledge and skills necessary for success in the next class, course, or grade level? So is it something that if that student doesn't get it, are they going to struggle? We looked at, for 3rd grade, rounding is one of our standards. And we debated back and forth, is this essential, is it not? And after talking with our 4th grade teachers, they said, if a student comes to us and they can't round, they will still be successful in 4th grade. If they haven't mastered it, they need to have a knowledge of it. They need to understand what it means to estimate. But if they aren't mastery at it, they'll be okay. So we thought, well, that's not an essential standard for us. Then we looked, might not be. And then we looked at endurance. And that means if it provides the students with the knowledge and skills that are useful beyond just a single test or a unit of study. So that means, is that a skill that's going to go on in the next unit, on into the next year? Are they going to build on that skill more? And if they don't have it mastered, is it going to cause them to struggle further down the road? The A is assessed. And that one is not my favorite one, because I don't ever want to do anything based on a state test or a standardized test. But you have to consider, is it likely to be assessed in your upcoming state and national test? If a third of your test is over identifying equivalent fractions, then that needs to be considered as one of your essential standards, because you want your students to be successful. And if you know it's going to be assessed that much, then that's something you have to work on. And then also with leverage, the L, it's to provide students with the knowledge and skills that will be of value in multiple disciplines. And the standard I can think of on this one for us in third grade was the charts and like pictographs and bar graphs. We thought, science teaches that. We don't have to put it as an essential. And then when we really started looking through all of this, for the readiness, the endurance, it's assessed a ton through science and math. And then it is used across multiple disciplines. It's used in science, it's used in reading of nonfiction materials, text features. So we had to go back and reconsider our charts and data and to see that one may be more essential than we thought in the beginning. So as you work through these essential standards, we use this, the real, every time we looked at them, and we tweak them each year. We check our standards, we go back through, we talk to second grade teachers about what they could help us with, and they help, and then we talk with our fourth grade teachers. We even meet with different elementaries and collaborate with them to see where they're at as to why they consider certain ones essential. But like Amy said, it has to be your work, and you as the teachers have to understand those standards as to why you've chosen them and why you've put them in there.
Rachel,
yes.
I think you just made a very, very important point that I hope it doesn't get looked over. You said every year you go back and relook at your essential standards. We do that as well. It is not a once and done to go in and pick them. In fact, the standards we originally picked when we first did it, we picked way too many. And the second year we had to go in and we thought, because we had done it the first time and we thought, that really wasn't essential. So we let go of some of those. And over time, we've continued to whittle them down. But that is so important what you said about re-looking at that every year is so important. I love that you compare with other schools and districts. We've not done that. And I think that's a really great thing to do. In fact, I think it would be really great for my school to look at your school and your school to look at my school to see what we picked. And so, and just, they shouldn't be the same. It isn't about, well, what you've picked is what's right and what we've picked is not right, because it's right for that team and their understanding at that time. But it does give you an opportunity to maybe defend your position about why you've picked it and give some validity to yourself and your team about this is why we picked the standard or not. And so I thought what you said was so important. I just wanted to stop and put a big O exclamation point on it.
Thank you. One of the privileges I had was working on that state team and getting to work with Courtney on that. And my partner teacher that was on there with us afterwards, he's like, how come y'all don't agree on everything? And we didn't. We had difference of opinions, but it was really neat because we worked good together. But it was really neat to hear how a different school approached their essential standards, why they thought they were essential, how they viewed them, how they, as we'll cover in a little bit, how they broke them apart into those targets, what they considered their targets, because it made me, I thought I was doing it great. And it really made me relook at how I did it and consider it and really spend more time analyzing those standards. So having that opportunity to collaborate with people that do it different than you.
I love that. I
a
love
lot.
Cool. And Courtney, she's a strong personality and she does know her stuff, but so do you. And so I think it's really good when two really strong, knowledgeable people come together to work that out, because isn't that really what the PLC process is all about? Collaboration and discussion and learning and growing. And so I just love that, Rachel. I love that you brought that out.
Well, I think the PLC process has helped me in the fact that I've learned to not be not be a yes man, a yes person all the time, to question and to ask, and to be understanding that when I'm questioning and I'm asking, it's helping me learn. But normally if I have that question, someone else does. And I love hearing other people's opinions and thoughts and their knowledge on it. Just sitting through this, I've been sitting here, I got Post-it notes now stuck all over my computer of things people have said that I'm picking up through this, which you would think after 3 years, I should know most of it, but no, I'm still learning. And your discussions on your essential standards, some of them you won't always agree at first, and it'll have to go through a teaching process and putting them in there and trying to do it, and then coming back, looking at them later saying, this didn't work, or we need to change, we need to adjust. So it's a constant cycle, that learning cycle, and reevaluating what you're doing. But you select them and you do your best with them, and then you start doing what Courtney's about to cover with you, and that's the setting those targets within there and the steps to making sure and assuring that those students reach them. So I'm going to stop sharing and turn this over to Courtney.
Okay, so you guys have had a lot of information, so I'm going to try to make this a little lively for you if I can. But if you'll just kind of bear with me, we're going to go over learning targets next, and then we're actually going to go straight into assessments. So it's going to be kind of informative, pretty lengthy. So if you have questions or anything, please just feel free to just interrupt me. It does not bother me at all. All right. So can everybody see the presentation? I'm hoping that's a yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
Awesome, perfect. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is talking about learning targets, specifically unpacking those standards. So the first thing you should have done was determine what was essential. And so you go through and you look at for example, like math, there's literally 40 math standards. If you've ever taken the time, which most people haven't, to just count how many there are, it's ridiculous. So going through and finding out what was essential. And then now, okay, I know it's essential. So what happens next? I can't just have a blanket standard. So real quick, let's go back to a foundational piece of PLC, and it's the 4 driving questions. So what we're doing right now is answering the question 1. What do we want our students to know? It's, we can't just say we want them to know all 40 standards in mathematics or however many standards are in reading. That's just not fair to students. It's not doing that guaranteed and viable curriculum. So let's talk about that. Sure, you determine essential standards, and then someone, me, is telling you, hey, now it's time to unpack the standards. And you're like, why? Why do I need to do this? Well, it's because at the end of the day, we have to guarantee that all students have a guaranteed and viable curriculum. So guaranteed is saying that we as a team have a very clear and deep understanding of these standards and why they are essential. So you've done that real process. You understand and you justified and you've said, you know what, I'm going to bat for this standard. The kids have got to have it in order to be successful for their future. Then it's allowing you and your team to know what proficiency looks like. I know so many times before I started the PLC process, I was like, okay, I'm going to teach this lesson because it looks like fun. This standard goes, and this standard goes. And I just kind of like put things on my lesson plan because that's what I thought I was supposed to do. But knowing what proficiency looks like and what that standard actually means is going to help your students know how to be successful and know what their goals are. Viable is saying, do you have the time to teach it? So when you pick an essential standard, you're saying, I'm going to work and work and work and work with this kid as much as possible until the child gets it. So if you are not going to have the time to do that in the grand scheme, it shouldn't be essential. And then Again, do the students have time to learn it? So do you have the time to teach it? And do the students have time to learn it? Do you have time to do intervention? Do you have time to do reassessments? So Marzano talks about, and this quote is located in Learning by Doing, that members of a collaborative team should understand the concept of a guaranteed and viable curriculum. So one, it's giving students access to the same essential outcomes regardless of who is teaching. So that's that teacher lottery you might have heard someone talk about. And so we're saying that just because teacher A is your teacher, it's not going to be easy, and teacher B is the mean teacher who makes it hard and grades really hard. That's not fair to a child. They shouldn't have a lottery where, oh, if I get this teacher, I'm going to succeed in third grade, but if I get this teacher, they're going to fail me because they grade really hard. It should be the same, no matter who teaches, who grades, whatever happens. And two, Marzano says it has to be taught in the time allotted. So Rachel hit on the fact that it actually is supposed to take 22 years for a student to get everything they need for K-12 if we were to teach all essential standards. And I doubt some kids would even achieve it then. So the time is what time you have in third grade to get those essential standards out.
Okay, did Courtney freeze? Oh my goodness. Love the deals of Zoom technology. All right, let's just give her a minute because she'll figure it out. I'll apologize to the audience, but it's just nothing we can do about it. So just bear with us.
Robin, I kind of wanted to piggyback on something you and Rachel were both saying just a little bit ago, and how when Rachel was talking about working on the Arkansas playbook and getting to work with Courtney in another district and everything, I think sometimes we get kind of trapped in our own districts. We can't see beyond, even outside of our school, and what other people are doing. And so it is important to be able to kind of take those opportunities to look outside of what your team and what you've always done, because that's something, within PLC is PLC is a different mindset, and you don't want to just continue doing the same thing you've always done. So that's kind of one thing, just keeping that open mind and the fluidity, I would say, of all of it. So
I'm so glad you brought that up, because really that's exactly what we're trying to do with the collaborative project. Our project collaboration. It's about pulling people together. That's what this is about today, is pulling people together that haven't been together and talking about the process and how it's done where we are. And even though it's not the same, it's still, there's a lot of ideas to be given. And so, yes, I love that Rachel said that. I love that you piggybacked on it. And it's so true. And I think now Courtney's not frozen.
Yeah. Gosh, you got the technology right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, where did I freeze?
You just started talking about the unpacking process.
Okay, and so I was talking about verbs. And so that's what you do first. We take that standard and we're going to look first for all the verbs, because we're answering the question, what should students be able to do? So those are those actionable items. And so how you choose to identify the verbs is up to you. I have a way I like to do it. Solution Tree has a way that they teach it. But the ideas behind Solution Tree is you take things that work for you and work for your team. So if one way works better for you, that is perfectly fine. So the second step is that you're going to go through, after you've identified verbs, you're going to have to use some more grammatical skills and identify nouns or noun phrases, because those are words that indicate the concepts that a child has to know based off of that standard. So those verbs and nouns are so huge, because they're telling you what the learning objectives will be. The third step is you're going to identify any other important context. So for example, like in reading, it may, I'm in third grade, we have a recounting standard, and then they have to be able to identify the central message, right? And so it talks about that you have to do it through like folk tales and fairy tales and myths and stuff like that. So that type of text. So that's a context, because that's telling me the type of text their central message learning should be coming through, because they're identifying it. So that's where all three pieces go in. The fourth statement is my favorite, or fourth step is my favorite, where you come up with I can statements. And so this is where you come up with the learning target. That's where the actual target is. And it is suggested by Solution Tree to always start with the phrase I can, not I will or students will. It's I can. Will implies that it might happen, but can guarantees that no matter what, eventually you can do it. And so can is just kind of that hope and efficacy. It really pushes that certainty that no matter what, you're going to be able to do it. And then lastly, we determine DOK levels, or a depth of knowledge based off of the learning targets. And so we'll kind of, I have a resource that we like to use for this, and I'll show you how that works. So let's look at this in regards to actual, oh wait, sorry, Nicole Vagel, awesome person from Solution Tree, talks about that learning goals are tightly aligned to the standard, representing the learning students need to reflect the essence of the standard. So when we do this, when we unpack a standard, at the end of the day, your learning targets should basically reflect what the essential standard stated at the beginning. Even if, and I know we all know this, when you look at a standard, sometimes the language and verbiage is just so over the top, it makes no sense, especially when we get into fractions for math. A's over B's and stuff make no sense, but you have to find a way to get the essence in a student-friendly version, which is what we're doing. So here I have a standard 3 MBT A2. This is the template I use, but I'll show you, and you're welcome to utilize this template if you want, or you can utilize Solution Tree's template, which I'll show you as well, and it's located in the slides. I want to say that over the past several years working hand-to-hand with Solution Tree, I kept getting frustrated because there are so many reproducibles, so many templates, so many things that you're just like, what am I supposed to use? Or you're like, oh, I've been using this one, and then, ooh, here's a new one. Well, to be honest, I got really angry one day and asked my Solution Tree coach, and I said, why do I have all these templates? Why can't I just use one? And she said, you could. And that's when I realized that, and she said, you're supposed to take what works for you. And so for me, that meant taking pieces from several different reproducibles or templates and making my own that worked for me and my team. So this is what works for me. So here I have the standard listed at the top. This is just saying this is my unit number. And then I'm talking about how the unit is called addition and subtraction. So when I talk to my students, they know that the unit is addition subtraction. That again is not necessary. That's just for how I do it. So here I have the standard listed, and then I have a little key at the bottom. I'm going to highlight my nouns in green, or noun phrases, because that can be a possibility. I'm going to highlight my verbs in a blue, and then I put brackets around content, or the context that it's all regarding. So if I actually spend the time to do it, we have using. Now, we're not going to sit there and say, I can using. You know, you can definitely change the verb tenses to fit your need, or you can do synonyms as long as it's, you know, applicable to a third grade standard or a child. So I identified using, add, and subtract, and the other using for my verbs, because out of all the things here, I'm answering the question, what should students be able to do? And really, they're using different things, but the main two verbs are they should be able to add and they should be able to subtract. And that is huge because they really need to get it by third grade, or they're going to be in a world of hurt in fourth grade. So we all kind of know this. So then the within 1000 and the computational piece, those became content for me because the first time I ever taught third grade, I had come down from sixth grade. And so I started teaching them over 1000 and they like all were failing. And I didn't know why, because I didn't realize that it had to be no higher than 999. And so I never realized that until a couple years. And then I felt horrible for those kids in the past. And so I was like, so sorry, but you know, maybe it helped. And then I went through and I did my nouns. And so I have fluency because this standard, it's important that they're able to do it fluently. And fluency is a big deal. And so that's something that we work on throughout the year. We do that also in multiplication and division. And then I put strategies and algorithms as another noun because we realized that there were multiple strategies. And I think we can all agree that when we teach mathematics, there are many strategies for being able to solve basic operations. And so not one kid learns one way. It doesn't work for all of us. So we all have our own strategies that work best for us. And then we also went ahead in addition and subtraction, we highlighted it as a noun too, because we're talking about relationships between. So when I actually go through this, the first thing I do is go, okay, what are my verbs? Then I go, what are my nouns? And then what is my content? So that's what it would look like if I were to actually do the process there. Then I take the time real quick and I type in vocabulary that's important based off of what the standard is saying. I do want to point out that sometimes, like for example, the word inference is in my vocabulary list, but it doesn't actually say inverse here at all. It's saying addition and subtraction. Well, if we understand mathematical operations, addition and subtraction are inverse operations. So that's a term I'm going to introduce to students, but it won't be right away, but it's so that way they can better connect, add, and subtract. So you can do vocabulary however it works for you. And then I even take the time and add prerequisite skills. Again, this is not part of like a mandatory unpacking, but this really helps you know, okay, if they're struggling when we start this, they don't have place value concepts, and I look back at second grade. This is where I take a lot of time and vertically align and say, what did they do in second and what were they supposed to have mastered? And then the best part, you come up with the learning targets. So I'm using my nouns here and I'm using my verbs and I can statements in order to create my learning targets. So on the left side, I literally put numbers based off of my units, but you don't have to do that. That's just how I do things. And so we started I can, and we add the word fluently because that is a requirement for this standard. It does, thinking back to that Nicole Vagel quote, you know, it takes the essence of the standard. It is about fluency here. It is not about just being able to solve a problem. If they can't do it fluently, we've got a problem. So we have I can fluently add, and we add in the context whole numbers because we, you know, when they get to fourth grade, they start getting into decimals, which are not whole numbers. And when we work with fractions, we're also not working with whole numbers. So in third grade, it's okay to start talking to them about whole numbers rather than fractional numbers. So they understand that there are different numbers. And then we say using any strategy. We do the same thing for subtraction. We can fluently subtract whole numbers using any strategy. So the words add and subtract and using are all in there. My verbs are all in there. My content or context with strategy is in there. Fluently is in there. And I've got several things like whole numbers. That's going to be some of my nouns. What's important to note is that we put any strategy. When I first unpacked this standard, I said I can fluently, you know, or I can add numbers using the standard algorithm. And then I was like, I can add numbers using base 10 blocks. I can add numbers. And I said all these different strategies. Well, then I decided, well, if it's a learning target, I have to assess that child. So am I going to get onto a child because they can do standard algorithm and they do it with base 10 instead? And I'm just going to count them wrong and fail them as not mastering that standard or target? And I was like, no, why would I do that to a child? Because just because they can do standard algorithm doesn't mean they can't do addition. They can. So with addition and subtraction, we just say any strategy. So when I instruct, I teach all the strategies. I give several days for each strategy that works best for my students. And then when they go to be assessed, they can use any strategy they would like. The final step is going and using that DOK level. So this is using things like Bloom's taxonomy and the depth of knowledge through Webb. So it's sitting there and saying, okay, based off of the specific verbs in that target, so that's what you've created, how rigorous should I assess this type of skill or learning target? And so for both of these are just DOK ones. They're very blanket, very easy. You know, it's a computational action, and that is all you're doing. So you don't actually need to make it any harder. You know, I'm not going to sit there and make them do a project. I'm not going to have them do it over a period of time and get all the way to a DOK4, because there's no reason to make it harder than what it should be. There's no reason. The standard says this, so that's what it is. It's just basic computations. So I have two templates. I said that I had mine, and then I have solution trees. So with my template, this is what it looks like before it's like all typed in and expanded as like one whole. If you're interested in using it, feel free to contact me. You can. You could take pieces of it yourself and tweak it. It's completely up to you and how it works best for you. And this is the template that solution tree gives. So basically it's the same thing. You're putting your standard here, but instead of going here and highlighting all the pieces, you're literally typing all the nouns here, all the verbs there, and then you're putting your DOK based off of that. And then your learning targets. With my template, all I chose to do was put vocab and prereqs as an extra, and then I did my DOK next to the target, so I knew how to assess it. So that's the only difference between the two. This is through Solution Tree. If you want to use that one, if you want to use a combination of both, go for it. There is no right. I just wanted you guys to be able to see it. Now, there is also two other resources that I would highly advise using. This is called Wiki Teacher. Wiki Teacher is a free resource that you can utilize. It's super amazing. You can use it for any subject, well, ELA or mathematics. And so once you create an account, you can come up here to the unwrapped standards, and you can go to 3rd grade. So let's go to 3rd grade math, for example. And it's going to pull up all the standards. Now, it is important to know that this is from another state. I always forget which state. It's somewhere up north, I think. It comes from another state. So some other standards may not match ours. So don't, you know, we take resources with a grain of salt. So if I click, we were on 3 MBT A2. Here I can actually, oh, it's Nevada. That's what it is. Here I can actually see the learning targets they came up with in order to accomplish this standard. I can use it or not. I've gotten to a point now, I really like the vocabulary because it makes me think about like the word add-ins. Like I always forget to say that to the kids. So that's a really great word. And then there's even essential questions if you want those. They even go as far as, they have all these things that you can use. Again, anytime I tell anybody about resources, use it with a grain of salt. Use it how it applies to you and how you feel matches. You do not have to copy everything explicitly from this site. And I highly advise against that because this is their understanding. This is not your team's understanding. And that's what's the most important part here. So then we have one more resource, and this is from Dr. Karen Hess. And if you've never heard about her, she is amazing. I think she's a really awesome individual. Solution Tree does support her learning. And what she does, the big thing, is these cognitive rigor matrices, CRMs. And so basically what she did was she came up with a way to come up with all of the DOK concepts and mesh it into one big one piece. So I will click, so there's a reading one, but I'm going to click the math and science. And so this is what it looks like. And so here you have Bloom's taxonomy. And then here we have the DOK levels going across. So what you do is you look for the verb first. And so for example, we were just doing the 3 MBT A2, where we were being able to add or subtract. So if you look, they have like recognize, recall, translate, construct models. So you can see all these different verbs right here and here, like carry out a procedure or apply a task. And it goes on and on and on. And so what helps is then you kind of come over here to this DOK1 and you're looking where it says like recall or identify conversions. Well, that's not what we're doing. Evaluate an expression, represent math problems with words or pictures, follow simple procedures. So you can kind of see the different type. And more or less, you are likely recognizing facts here. And then you are likely evaluating an expression is what's happening. So both of these terms or phrases actually are DOK level 1. So this tells me that based off of what I know they have to be able to do, based off of my learning targets I created, it's just a DOK 1. Because if we look over here, like DOK 4, this is where they're sitting there. And we should always remember that DOK 4 is over an extended period of time. So it's very rare that you actually get a DOK4 unless you're doing project-based learning. But over here, you can see, you know, it's analyzing complex or abstract themes. That's not what we're doing. We're adding and we're subtracting. It's that easy. So the cognitive rigor matrices, it's a free resource as well. They also have one for reading, and it's really awesome. It helps me so much with reading, especially when it comes to the rigorous complex of it. There's one for social studies, and then it even goes as far as to like world languages and whatnot. So that is unpacking kind of in a nutshell. I know that was a lot of information. So it's something that, you know, if we have some time at the end of the day and you would like to, you know, some of you need to leave, I understand that, but if you would like to try to unpack a standard and have me look at it, I'm happy to do that. It's one of my favorite things to do actually, and help people unpack a standard just so you could do one. And then you could go back to your team and work on that skill with them if you need that help. So let's go back to this big picture now. We're doing the work of a PLC. So you first determine what is essential. Then we're going to go and unpack the standards. So that's what we just did. So then the next thing that we're going to do is we have to build the assessment. Normally, we would start by building a unit or a lesson plan, but actually Solution Tree advises doing the next step of building an assessment first. Then we go into that unit or lesson plan. So let's talk about assessments, and specifically we're going to talk heavily about CFAs and CSAs, and we'll break that down. So doing the assessment is going back to those 4 driving questions, and the first question was, what do we want students to be able to do, or what do we want students to learn? That's our first critical question we have. The second question is going to be answered today in the assessment portion. How do we know if they've learned it? So how do we know now that students can do what we asked of them? So why should we do it first? That's always a good question. Why? So first of all, it's part of a guaranteed and viable curriculum. It's important to have it. We can't have a guaranteed and viable curriculum without common assessments. It promotes equity for students. So again, we talked about the whole teacher lottery, and we have teacher A and teacher B. Teacher A is really nice and it's easy, and teacher B is really mean and it's hard. Well, if we have the same assessment, it doesn't matter. All students will be assessed at the same level, at the same rigor, with the same expectation of proficiency. Then it connects to that 4th pillar of a PLC. So earlier, Rachel talked about the 4 pillars of a professional learning community. And so we had our mission, our vision, our values, or collective commitments. And that 4th one, which Alina talked about with goals, is that SMART goal piece. And so our goals are needing to be measurable. And so in order to attain it, we have to use assessments to slowly build up to these large goals in order to obtain them. It provides data as a reference point. Data is such a huge component of a PLC. You don't just say, yeah, I'm doing it right, my kids are learning, prove it. So when we prove it, we use data. We compare data based off of assessment results. And also we, of course, look at like ACT Aspire to see how we're doing. It also informs the practice of an individual teacher. This is not to be something that is punitive. All that means is that if I have teacher A and teacher B, we give the exact same common assessment. When we look at our results, if one teacher, let's say teacher B did really well, teacher A could say, hey, teacher B, what did you do that made your score so good? Because your instruction might have been varied a little bit, and that's okay. And so that's a way to support each other as a team. Then it allows for teachers to systematically and collectively respond to students. So assessments tell us if they know it or don't. And then it immediately takes us into question 3 and 4. What do I do if a student doesn't know it? And what do I do if a student knows it and needs to kind of go further and extend their learning? So it immediately gives you the ability to respond to a student appropriately and quickly. And then finally, it's a super powerful and efficient tool. When you have very good, valid, common assessments, your curriculum is just really, really solid, and it has something to build its foundation off of. So we talked, like the intro had CFA and CSA. So let's talk about those types and uses. The two major assessments that PLC references frequently are CFAs, or Common Formative Assessments, and CSAs, which are Common Summative Assessments. So a CFA is going to be very frequent and informal throughout the unit. There are so many ways to do it, and I don't think I need to spend time telling you all the ways to do informal assessments periodically throughout a unit. That's your choice and what works best for you and your students. But it's just very informal. It can be anything in the moment, but it's me checking every time throughout my instruction that my kids are still following along with me. I'm not going to wait until the end of my unit to see, oh, well, my kids don't know how to do addition and subtraction. Why would I wait that long? So this is a prevention tool. This is guaranteeing that, oh, hey, you know, 5 of these kids are not doing well. I'm going to start working with them now before we even get to the end of the unit. It's going to drive your instruction. It's going to tell you if you need to stop or if you need to go ahead. And sometimes they get something like fast, super fast. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced in third, but like unit fractions, I always think it's going to be hard, and they get it. It's so crazy. They're just so totally okay. It makes sense to them, which was weird, but awesome. And so most of the time I ended up speeding up my unit. It helps prevent. So it gives you those times to say, okay, I've got these 5 kids who are not getting it. I'm going to start pulling them back extra to get them up to par by the time this CSA happens. Then they're always team created. A common formative assessment should be made as a team. So there is an ownership and understanding of what's happening. And then it gives you the chance to provide feedback. It's also important to know that if you ever kind of get into the realm of standards-based grading, formative assessments don't count as part of a child's grade. It's just a reporting tool so parents can see growth. So that's really important to know that, but most of us aren't at that point. A common summative assessment, the CSA, is going to be more formal, and it's held at the end of the unit. Now, the formality behind it, that's up to you. If you do it electronically, if you have a system and way you assess them, if it's hard copy on a paper, that's up to you, and that's completely on the team. It's nobody's, oh, there's a right way and a wrong way. But it's going to heavily drive your proficiency levels. So once you get that information, it's going to tell you whether or not a student was proficient on each learning target that was assessed in the CSA. Because remember, when you unpacked the standard, you determine the DOK. So you're telling me how hard it or how easy it would be. And then when you build questions, it should reflect that DOK level. Then it drives the intervention or extension groups. So remember, we are answering question 1 when we unpack. What do we want students to know? Then we're answering question 2. How do we know students know it? And then here, intervention and extension is question 3. What if they don't get it? Or 4, extension, they've got it. What do we do now? So once you know the results of those children, then you're able to, I'm going to do this for because they weren't able to do this. Or maybe you have a group of intervention students who were really close and there was just a very small misconception, very, very small. Maybe they forgot to properly regroup their tens. Maybe that was all it was. And so they can be bumped right up to mastery very quickly. An extension, this is the hardest thing I've experienced in my career with PLC extension, because we have the kids who are not getting it. So we think, oh my God, kids got it. Who cares? Put them on something fun. We're going to work with these other kids. And I've realized, and even still, having worked with Solution Tree for 4 continuous years, and 3 of those years in 4th or 3rd grade, I have never found a successful way to do extension until the past year. And it's really just taking the time to find ways to make extension fun. And it's more project based. That's the best way I found it. And so projects are game based that are more extending. And sometimes that's where, like, you know, if you have addition or subtraction, you start letting them do 4 or 5 digit numbers, because then it becomes a little more fun. And you tell them it's a 4th grade skill, and that's really cool. And they think that's cool that they're already doing 4th grade stuff. Again, a CSA must be team created. This is so essential. And it must be recorded, reported, and graded. So again, this is if we are looking at standards-based grading, if you choose to do this. If nothing else, this is where the grade should come from, because they have had time to learn the lesson, practice the lesson, try formative assessments to see how they're doing so far, continue to work on it, have had prevention if necessary. And this is the kind of final go. So if they master it, then it should count for a grade. If they don't, then we should work on that. So really, when you're building an assessment, the question is, where do you start? So do we start with a CFA? Sorry, I'm reading your comment, Megan. When you say team created, does, yeah. So that happened to us at Spradling. That's a really good point. So Megan, I'm assuming you guys are like departmentalized. So you just teach like reading, whereas someone else would teach, you know, math and so on and so forth. So the best suggestion I have for you, and it's something we had to do with our 5th and 6th grade teachers, is we had basically they had to teach 5th and 6th grade. So if you're the 3rd grade reading teacher and you're the sole person, and so Megan's talking about, okay, if I'm the only person who has reading and I'm the only person who teaches it, then I'm in charge of making the assessments and I'm in charge of comparing my results to myself. So what we did was we work with another grade. And so for your instance, Megan, I would suggest maybe trying to work with 4th grade reading, whoever your 4th grade reading person is. So essentially they would help you make 3rd grade assessments and you would help them make 4th grade assessments. Yes, it is more work, but if you're only teaching one subject, it's doable. We had to do that for 5th and 6th grade because we only had one. And I was one of those teachers at one point. I was on my own little island and it was the worst feeling ever because you're trying to do PLC and you can't because you're one team and that's it. So you should be grouped together based off of your subject area or content. So we had our 5th grade reading and our 6th grade reading. They each had a 5th grade class and a 6th grade class. And so that way they both were doing reading and they were able to compare. Now you may not be able to completely restructure the way your classes are, but it would be worth trying to at least work the 4th, or maybe the way your building is made up your 2nd grade. But either way, that would be my advice. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to continue. That was a really great question, Megan. So I wanted to answer that. So where are we going to start? And the answer is from the book Simplifying Common Assessments. So, you know, we've talked about using the book Learning by Doing. That's like the Bible. And I think you should totally have it for a PLC if you're wanting to do it. Then we'll talk about RTI, but this other book, this is one of my favorite assessment books. And it's written by Kim Bailey and Chris Jakasic, and it's also linked at the end of this. But she or both of them answer the question that you need to picture the end in the mind for the assessment. So you're using the picture of success to incrementally identify what students should know and do. So what we're doing is we're starting with the end in mind. So you've determined your essentials, you've unpacked them, you know what the DOK levels are, you have a proficient understanding with your team on what it means. So the next step is build the assessment. We don't go straight to lesson planning. And this is super backwards from what a lot of people know. And it's backwards from how I was taught. And the reason we do this is because this is telling us what proficiency looks like. It's telling us how we're going to assess them. So when a child gets that assessment, they're not like, oh my God, how do I do this? Because you've been just picking random worksheets. And then later on you realize, oh, I should have not used that worksheet because it didn't help with the assessment. So you're going to build your common summative assessment, and you build the summative first. So that way you can use it as a kind of directive to build your CFAs. And it is made commonly. This means it has to be built collaboratively and collectively agreed upon by the team. And this is such a hard thing sometimes. Yes, I'm going to tell you the truth. It takes a lot of time. Is it fun? But there are ways around that. And, you know, you can sit there and say, hey, this is our learning target. Everybody find a couple different questions and then come back together at our next meeting and we're going to select the questions and build it. But it has to be agreed upon. And the next really important part is develop a rubric or grading scale. I do not know how many times I have made mistakes or have given an assessment and there wasn't a correct answer because I forgot to check it. Or it is so the problem is so confusing that the students can't find the answer. I've done that so many times and I've had to be like, hold on, give me the assessment. Let's do it again. We're going to try again. I've done that so much. And so part of what you need to do after you build that assessment is pretend you're the student. Take the assessment yourself as a team. Each of you take it. Talk about the type of responses you would accept and then make sure there's no, you know, minor errors or misconceptions that accidentally got placed in there. So I'm going to show you guys some examples. I do want to preface that these are my examples. They are not something that I purchased. What I do when I build assessments, and I'm happy, again, if we have time at the end to kind of talk to you more about building assessments if you want, or you could always contact me and send me your assessment or ask for assessment ideas. I'm always happy to share. So the first thing I'm going to show you is CSA. So I went ahead and did a different mathematical standard just because we had already been talking about math. I do have reading ones as well. I have science ones. I have writing ones and so on. But I also want to preface, this is taking me 4 years to build assessments that are ones that I feel comfortable saying, hey, you can have this, it works pretty good. And also remember, your clientele affects the way you ask questions and do things. So the way my assessments are built, I just use a Google document and I build little tables and whatnot to kind of structure all of my questions in. So if you're a tech savvy person or you have someone on your team who's very technically capable with like Google, they can probably do this. So here you have the standard numbers so they know what the standard actually is. And here's the target, because your target and standard should be put on that assessment because we want our students to know what they're being asked to do and what mastery is. Here, this is something that's not required, but I tell them how much the learning target score will be. I show them where the percent is, and I actually, this is the feedback part I give them, I put the percent. And then the students here reflect once they receive the CSA back and circle if they were starting almost there or got it, just so they can understand and internalize what this means. So one thing I've learned, and this is just a preference, it is not something I'm telling you to do. I didn't like putting numbers for questions. I don't want to put like question 1, question 2, question 3, because I found that my students were trying to count how many questions there were rather than worrying about what I'm supposed to be doing in this question. So I started putting shapes. And by doing that, it actually was really cool because I could say for learning target 24, what did we put for the circle question? Because then I start the shapes over in a pattern. And so it was kind of cool. They like it. Yes, logically, can they count the amount of shapes? Sure. But it still worked out really great. And it was kind of just a guess that I tried and it worked. So here is just an example where they have to compare fractions. So this is a very basic skill where they're sitting there looking at different ones. And you can see I have the 3 different like ways they would see it, whether it was a visual, the numerical sense, or the word form. Then, which the triangle always looks weird in a PDF, but normally it's bigger. We have this one where they're actually taking these fractions and ordering them from least to greatest. Then here I actually utilize teachers, and this is a really good Cassandra Erkins, if you've ever heard of her. She writes collaborative common assessments, and it's also linked in this book or in this slideshow. She talks a lot about, and I'll talk about some tips on building assessments, but she talks a lot about taking the time to reach the child's schema. So when I write stories, I call them stories for math. And so I give background details, I give more information. It's stuff that's sometimes not important at all, but I use actual teachers from my grade. I utilize things that we actually do in 3rd grade or things that students are interested in. I'm not going to talk about the beach because more than likely my kids have not been to the beach. Now, I could talk about Takis because my kids are obsessed with Takis and they would be able to eat them and go all over it. So you just have to adjust your assessment based off of what your students get, because it's not, your child is going to immediately shut off if you start talking about a beach and they can't visualize that. So that's the idea. We're trying to visualize the story here. So here you have something and then you have a model and they just have to tell me which team did the best in this canoe STEM challenge. And it's something we actually have done in 3rd grade. So it was really cool for them to be able to see that. Then I do learning target 25. So here you can see it's a different target, different point value, and then you have different questions. So this one is looking at identifying equivalents. So I have a scaffolded version where, okay, I've given you part and now you have nothing, but you just have a visual. And then down here, it is completely subjected to their brain. It's just a problem, a word problem, and they have to be able to either draw it or think about it in their head, use fractions, lines, whatever it does to make them figure out which one's correct. Then I have 26 because I have another target where they're creating those equivalent fractions. So I give them a number line because that's a strategy. I'm not assessing, can they do a number line? I'm assessing if they know how to find or create equivalent fractions using a number line. Then I have more equivalents, then we have another scenario. And then lastly, I have justification. Now, again, this normally is actually on one page, but PDF sometimes change the way a doc looks. And so here, I have them justify fractions. I know in mathematics, justification, those JE questions are probably the hardest. And so we always work on these. And so here I've made a rubric, and the child knows the rubric. When they practice it, they're introduced to the rubric. When they do the CFA, they see the rubric. When they do the CSA, they see the rubric. So they know I got to do this and I got to do this to get it right. And then this is another situation where they have to justify or explain. So that is what a CSA would look like. For a CFA, this is going to be very, and this is how I do it. Now you can completely change things, but this is how I do it. My CFA, I have less targets. So I have learning target 24 and learning target 25. That's all I've got. So here you can see it's the same structure. It's the exact same structure of question, but it is completely different numbers and visuals because we need students to be able to do it over and over and over again. There's no reason to completely change the way you ask it though, because it's the same skill. Here, again, the same types of questions, just different scenarios. And so that is how I do a CFA. It's very short, usually exit ticket style. I'll be teaching and at the end, I give it to them real quick and they're really good at it. We talk to them about a CFA is really just a way to show what we know so far. It's a checkpoint and my students love it. They don't sit there and go, I hate this. I don't want to do it. It's a test. In fact, when I teach my students PLC language. And I explicitly tell them it's not a test. We're not calling it a test because it's a try. It's to show me what you know. It's a checkpoint. That's all it is. And a CSA is a way to prove what you know. We don't call it tests because it just, I feel like test has such a negative term. It's just a negative thing for kids and nobody likes the word test. So that's what we do. We use that language. And so that's what makes my students interested. And then lastly, we actually create, this is a reassessment. Now this is something that I would advise doing way later down the road. If you are just now starting, building assessments is a whole level. But once you get to a point, we have to answer that question 3 and question 4. 3 being, what do we do if a student doesn't get it? So after you intervene, well, why doesn't a child get the chance to try again or reassess? And so after you intervene, after you've had that summative assessment and you've intervened and you've worked with the child for a while and you see progress, and maybe they only messed up learning target 21, they couldn't compare fractions. So then I make another version and I just give them learning target 21. And if they master it, then their grade changes and they have now finished and mastered learning target 21. Even if on the CSA they failed it, it doesn't matter. They finally got it. And I tell my kids they can do it 100 times. Now, have I ever had a kid do that? How many times? No. I have had to do it like 3 times, but I tell my kids they're going to keep doing it until they leave 3rd grade because I'm not going to leave them not being able to master a target just because I chose not to take the time to go back and try to give them another chance. So you can look through that too. So that all being said, let me give you some tips to keep in mind because that's a lot of information and I know it is. And so I'm just going to give you some suggestions when making an assessment on your own or when you tackle it. I do advise that once you get comfortable, you should try to make your own. That doesn't mean you don't look at Teachers Pay Teachers or look at super teacher worksheets or workbooks that you have or, you know, all different resources. That doesn't mean you don't look at those. What I'm saying is use those to develop problems. There are times where I have word problems and I sit there and I literally just say, ooh, I like the way they asked this question. I'm going to just change the characters to my students. And I have, and that's okay. But it's important that it applies to your students. And it's not one of those things that we're like, oh yeah, we're going to do it because, yeah, you know, it's in the worksheet. I don't want to make it. Well, if it's not effectively assessing the standard or your learning targets, there's no point in having it. So first of all, develop a format that works for you. For us, it was using Google Docs because everybody can collaborate on it. We kept it in a shared drive. Google Docs is very user-friendly, and we built tables around our questions. That's what works for us. If that's not what works for you, then don't do that. The next question I always ask, is there enough space for students? That is a really hard thing, but Cassandra Erkin says that the white space on a paper gives a child the ability to breathe. The more stuff you have crammed on one page, the harder it is for the child to take a breath and actually focus on all the questions. Giving them space to work out problems, giving them space to think through things, draw models, whatever they need to do. And this is for any subject, reading included. Space is very essential to a child. So even though sometimes it may look like there's lots of pages, part of it is because we're not trying to cram all of it together. Can the student see the learning target? It is so important. If anybody walks into your class, your child should be able to tell you what they're doing. Not, oh, I don't know, I'm doing a worksheet. Okay, no, I'm working on comparing fractions right now. That's what I'm doing. So does the child know that these questions are because of this target that my teacher told me that we're learning about and that I've been working on? Do the assessment questions align with the rigor of the standard? This is a really important one. You never want to make your assessment harder than what the standard is asking of you. So when you unpack and you look at the rigor or the DOK, it should never be harder than what is being asked, what you guys identified as a team for your DOK. That's really hard because there were times where at one point I would give kind of like a DOK 1 question, a 2, and a 3. Well, then I did some research in simplifying common assessments, and that's not okay because that doesn't reflect the essence of a standard. So I want to tell you that now, so you maybe don't make the mistake I did. And it's just not fair to a child. You know, I can't ask a child to do something so much more complex than what's expected of a 3rd grader. Is the assessment a secret? So I know a lot of us, whether it was when we were in school or we taught it this way, that the test was a big hidden secret. It was like hidden away in a folder, in a drawer, and it gets whipped out, thrown on our table, and it's like, oh my gosh, there's 100 questions and it's really hard and scary. I'm sure we have all seriously experienced this to some degree, whether it was middle school or what. But there's no reason why the assessment should be a secret. There's just no reason. It doesn't make any sense. Why are we hiding what students are expected to do? Don't we want students to be proficient? So why not? So let them see it, whether it's through a CFA only, whether you get super advanced and start making independent practices for students to work on that look like your assessment, that's okay. Or even if it's when you're teaching it, you're showing them exactly how you would ask the question. There is no reason why a child should not know what to do, because if you do that, you're guaranteeing them a higher success. And ideally, if you're really getting on it and the more you do assessments, the more you're going to start looking at those ACT Aspire exemplars going, yeah, there's like 2 paragraphs they have to read to be able to do 5 times 2. And it's like super annoying. Well, the more times you give them questions that look like that, the higher chance they will be more successful. And I know the ACT is not the thing we should focus on, but at the end of the day, it tells, you know, the world that this kid can do 3rd grade or not, which is not, in my opinion, an accurate point of data because it's one piece. But if your assessments are building up to that, they're going to have no problem. I tell my kids, if you see a huge word problem, you shouldn't be scared of it. You should know how to break that problem apart. You should know how to do the operation. And so if I give them the chance to practice it, they're fearless. They look at it as a challenge. That's what they do. And it's fun to them. So that's what assessment should be like. It should be a way to show their knowledge. That's all it is. When and how do you provide feedback? So I'm sure we all experience it at some point too, where we get our assessment back like 2 weeks later, like in college or grad school, it's like 2 weeks later. And I'm like, what did I even write? I don't remember doing this. So our students should get feedback as soon as possible. One of the things that I've done with unit planning, Angie Fries, she is an assessment solution tree coach. She actually advised giving a day after you do a unit. So like, let's say you do your whole unit, you have your CFAs and you have your CSA. The day after your CSA is like a day to reflect and review, to work on building up. And so during that time, that's when I would make sure I would give the feedback to my students. We would go over them, and then the students would create plans to extend their learning, or they would start working on individual things I give them for intervention. And then that's how I started groups. So that's a really good way to do that, is making sure that once you get that assessment, you're good. The positive of making the assessment as a team and making your grading rubric is that it's super easy to grade as soon as you get it. And then lastly, what do students do next? So once they've gotten that assessment, what do they do? Do they know what to do? Or is it just, oh, it's something that gets filed away and never looked at again? If it gets filed away and never looked at again, then your assessment was pointless. You wasted time. And nobody wants to waste time. We don't have enough time. We know we don't. So you want to make sure that students know what to do next. If they mastered a target, if they got to circle the got it part, then what do? Or if they said almost there, okay, what did they miss to make sure they could get it? And if they said, you know, they're just getting started, okay, you've got to start saying, all right, you and I, we're going to work at the back table and we're going to have some activities we're going to do. And it's important to know that intervention is not a consequence. If a child didn't get it the first time in the CFA, if they didn't get it the second time in a CSA, maybe they needed one more time. So it's not their fault. They don't need to do worksheets while everybody else gets to do games. Maybe they needed 4 times. So remember that no matter what, it should still be this hope and efficacy. You're gonna learn, you can do it, you will do it, you're gonna be amazing. That is what an assessment is for. It is not ever to sit there and ruin a child's hope for learning. So that's it. Long story short, it is lunchtime, I believe. And so I think, Ms. Dawson, we were going to take an hour for lunch.
I believe that is what we scheduled. I want to piggyback on some of the important points that you made. In fact, just there were a ton of important points that you made. I can't certainly punctuate all of them, but I loved how you kept reiterating that this is what works for me. This is what works for us. This is what Solution Tree said, and this is how we do it. Because it can be overwhelming if you're trying to start in this. And I love that you said, I'm 5 years into this. It took me 5 years to get here. So we don't want to do anything to squelch your hope, you know, that the audience hope and the audience efficacy that they can also do it. Yeah. Because Courtney kept reiterating this is a process and she's not finished. It's never ending. And she'll continue to revisit and revise and look for better ways. You know, you may have even a different thought or a different idea about how this concept can work, and that's okay. The important thing is that you do something to better your instruction and your effectiveness as a teacher. So great work, Courtney. I'm so blessed to get to work with all these ladies on the state team, but I am blessed to be with Courtney every single day at school. So I love how much I can learn from all of them. Yes, we're going to take 1 hour for lunch. Again, I'm not catering, so lunch is on your own, which I think is hilarious. So let's say come back at 12:30. 12:30, and we will pick back up. Who's starting again? Who's starting with the next section?
I am. Units of study.
Okay. So Amy will be, and what are we talking about, Amy?
Units of study.
Units of study. Okay, so we've learned about how we need to form a guiding coalition and the mission, vision, collective commitments. We've talked about finding a self-assessment where we are. We've talked about essential standards. We've talked about targets. We've talked about assessments. And so now we're going to start bringing that all together and how to make that into units of study. So you guys go have a great lunch and see you back here at 12:30.
Yeah, if everyone could stay logged in, obviously you can turn off video and mute and all of that stuff, and I'll pause the recording and then we'll pick that back up.
That's a great idea. Stay logged in.
Yes.
The next thing. Oh, yeah. Great. Thanks, Lindsay. Somebody else.
Yeah. We're embarrassed.
No,
embarrassed. I cried. Well, I just feel like
So now we're going to get started with units of study. So presenter, we are ready for you to share your screen.
Okay, I'll share it. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So units of study, this is the planning and creating. And we're going to go back to the work of a PLC. We've talked about determine what is essential and unpack the standard, build the assessments, and now we're on 4, build your unit or lesson plans. So as you see, we keep going back and just making progress on our road, which is a continuous road. These are some things that you will have in a unit. Of course, your standards, and that's where we go back to the 4 questions that drive us on the PLC. What do we want students to know? Then we have the learning target and success. And this is where you might ask yourself, what is the learning progression to reach the identified standards? And the success criteria is where this is what is the learning students need to demonstrate to meet the target. This is where your I can statements come in at. You have the essential questions. And these are the questions of what drive your learners' quest for knowledge and discovery. So these are the types of questions that you want your learners to think about when you are starting your lessons for this unit, for each unit. Dates, this is where you want to put your timeline in for your dates of when this unit should be finished by. It's like your pacing guide. It kind of tells you where everybody needs to be finishing up at. You might not finish on the exact same day, but you should be relatively close. Your assessments, again, the question, how do we know if our students learned what we wanted them to know? That goes back to one of our 4 questions that is involved in the PLC process. Then your instructional activities or materials. What level and quality of work are the students engaged in? You might ask that question. This is your key vocabulary. How do you provide all students access to this? And all means all, even your ESLs. And that's what we have had to really focus in on in our school, because our school was maybe 1% ESL, and we have grown in the last 6 years to 13% now ESL with our students. So this has been a struggle for us because we're trying to kind of develop the plane as we're driving it, and which has been very hard, and especially in a pandemic year. So that's how my job got created. This is my first year in this position. So it's been very challenging, but we've learned a lot along the way, and we've learned what to do and what not to do. And each time we go back and review what we need to work on and what we don't need to, what we've got under control. You'll want to list your materials in here. So you have easy access to these materials and know what you need for this unit and have it all lined out so you're not wasting any time. Then you have your intervention and extension. This is where, for these students, that what do we do if the students didn't learn what we wanted them to learn? How are we going to make this more accessible to them? How are we going to help them achieve their goals and our goals with them? And then the extension is the same thing that Courtney was talking about. This is a kind of a hard area for some. I also have found that project-based is good for students. They like that extension part of it. They like to be working on projects, and you have to be very intentional with what you're doing, that you're making sure that they are gaining more knowledge and can extend their learning and carry it over. And of course, I just talked about the vocabulary, how she lists it in her lessons. This is very important, and this is extremely important when you're teaching ESLs. We make vocabulary cards, so we try to show pictures to them so they understand what it's going to look like, or they have some background knowledge to relate to the word. And this has worked out well for us. Then your lesson breakdowns. This is where you're going to introduce it, what your whole and your small groups are going to look like, who's going to be in those groups and your small groups, who needs help in this area and who doesn't need. And we do this kind of like in win time. We have a what I need time. And this is when students get moved to different locations, and some teachers will teach these students this skill that they're needing help on. Another class will do this one for the mid-level group that they've got it almost, they're not quite there yet. And then we have an extending, which lesson, our teachers that come in and they help extend the lessons, and those we pull our GT teachers in for that, and they are a great big help there. You want to have a notes section to record your thoughts of the team during the lesson, what worked well, what didn't work well. Maybe I didn't teach it the way you taught it, and maybe I need to go back and ask, what did you do your students? And I've done this before. What are your students? How did you teach this to your students? What did you do that I didn't? You had more of a success on this. And again, just reflecting back, it doesn't mean that they're that much better of a teacher than you. It just means that you need help in that area. And we all know that we all have strengths and weaknesses. So that section is important to keep note of things that you might thought, well, I could have put this in this lesson, let's talk about this as a team, because it's a constant review, as you've learned, that each year some things change, each lesson, each unit, you might say this didn't work and we need to do something different here. Here's some tips for before unit planning. And we all get, well, this is where a lot of us we want exact numbers of days in a unit. It's suggested that you do anywhere between 12 and 18 days per unit, with 15 being right in the middle. So you can't get caught up on the exact number of days in a unit, because it may take less, it may take more. It just depends on the progression and if you've had any hiccups on the way. And we all know with education that what you've planned for one day, it may get thrown out of the window because you're going to have something come up and it didn't get covered the way you wanted to cover it, and you may have to go back and redo it. You want to make sure your learning targets are balanced with specific concepts and larger concepts, because the larger concepts are the ones that are going to carry throughout the unit, throughout the year, and throughout the grade level. So it's going to be a progression. These help students transfer their learning to multiple situations. So this can really help when you're extending the learning. You give them different situations and they can transfer their learning over. And so they're constantly reviewing this and constantly getting it drilled in their head where it becomes natural to them. Know that your unit plan can be monitored and adjusted at any point throughout the unit. A lot of times, some of our teachers get caught up on, well, I have to teach this a certain day and it has to be done this way and I have to do it, once they get that plan out. It doesn't have to be exact. I mean, you're going to have some adjustment. We all know that that's what teachers are really good at. We're really good at monitoring and adjusting. And if you can't do that, it's hard to be an educator, because that is something that we get things thrown at us all the time, and we're constantly having to monitor and adjust. This is just a few tips for during the unit. You want to commit to each other that you need to follow the learning and assessment process of teach, assess, feedback. Teach, assess, feedback. It's a constant process. You're using your data and your reflections from the notes that you took on the lesson to make sure that you are constantly assessing and getting feedback. It's so important to be able to adjust to your unit and to your lesson of what's going on. And it's so important. I can't stress enough how important it is to keep notes. And you might not have enough room on what you keep it on. I keep a notebook with me each year, even through ESL, what I teach. I keep a notebook or a sticky notepad and I put it on the lesson. Okay, this is what I need to go back to. So when it's time to reflect back on that lesson or that unit each time, I have those notes there available, because you get so involved in what you're doing that you end up forgetting, and so many things get thrown at you that you can't remember everything there is to remember. And then tips for after the unit: you want to review your lessons and your CFAs, always making sure that they're aligned and your results were good. And you're doing this by using your data and your reflections from the team. And it can be reflections from what you've discovered as a person, and then you bring them to the team and you all collaborate. Maybe somebody else had the same problem or the same issue, or maybe the same success. And so you can adjust those as you're going after the unit. And then you always want to go back to the 4 driving questions if in doubt. Those questions have helped us the most because it keeps us on track of through the PLC process, and that we don't veer off that. It's so important that everyone stays in unity, because if anybody ever veers off the road, then it's disaster, and it can be disaster. And then these are just some templates that this is the backwards unit planning design. This come from Solution Tree. This is, I've went through the IPP process of backwards planning, and that is very intense. IPP is very intense. I went through it this year along with EL Achieve and all these trainings I had to go through, which were heavy materials, but I've learned so much through the IPP process, and backwards planning is wonderful once you get it down. But when you're first starting out, it's tough because you're not used to it. We're used to doing it a certain way, but once you get it going, it's wonderful. And this is just a unit plan template. This come from the State Department. This is what we worked on, or I was one of the team. I was with Ileana, and we did the ESL standards for the units for the playbook. And this is one of the templates they used. So this is one that you can use if you like. As like Courtney said, you can make your own. You can combine it. It's up to you and your team of what it looks like, whatever works best for you all. And then you have the Guiding the Work unit plan. This is just some notes of questions when you're doing your unit plan and the PLC process that you can ask yourself in each one of these areas, making sure that you've covered these questions. And these are some questions that could come up. So this is just a guide for you to think about some of these questions and answers to these questions when you are building your unit. And then this is a pacing guide template of your weeks, your planning team, what standards, materials, lessons. Like I said, this is just a template. You can do what you want with it. If you want to use it, you can. If you want to make your own, a lot of times it's easier just to take a combination and make it yours because it's what fits your team. And that's what it's about, what works best for your team. And then this is a 2nd grade unit plan example off of All Things PLC. This was one that they did for the team unit planning guide. And then your essential standards, they listed all this. This is just another template, another layout of a template. And then at the very bottom, it has a mid-unit reflection, which I like. And then it gives you the teacher that I thought this was good for the class average. So you can kind of look real quick. And then your students of concern, keep note of that, what your next steps are going to be. And then the end of the unit reflection is there too. Just some things that you might want to think about and add to your own personal unit guide. And then this is from Courtney, was so wonderful. She sent this to me, and this is what theirs look like. And Courtney, if you want to talk about this, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, so like Amy's been saying, and like I've been saying, I just took versions of multiple templates to ensure that I could easily find what I needed. And so like here, you actually, if you, because it's a sheet, it's a Google sheet, but it's downloaded as an Excel. But like you can actually click where the date part is and it'll pull up a calendar, and you click that. And then the standard, you can click down and pick all the standards that are in that unit. You can pick all the learning targets. That's all the tech stuff. But the idea is that you have all these pieces in there. And the most beneficial pieces are the lesson materials and notes, because the lesson, we break it down into the sections that we would teach. And we actually teach small group mainly. And then we have the material, so it's all linked in. So literally I just click it and it takes me directly to what I need. And then we would take notes throughout the unit. We may say like, oh, hey, this lesson material didn't work out really well. Children needed another day. So that way, when we look at it for the next year, we can go back to our notes and see what we said didn't work right. So that way it's easier to plan. But Amy, I think you covered everything else great.
Thank you. And then this is what I got from Richard before, the fundamental process of school is learning, not teaching. And in the PLC process, it's a learning curve for everyone. I mean, it's not just the students that are learning, it is definitely the teachers, and it is a learning process, but you gain so much knowledge from it. And I'm excited about the PLC. I think it does great things for students and staff. And you just everybody's got to be on board. And that is probably one of the hardest things that our school has had to go through, is everybody getting on board and figuring out, yeah, we do have issues. We all want to think our school's perfect, and not every school's perfect. And even PLC schools are not perfect. So, I mean, we just got to remember it's learning, not just teaching. And I'm finished. So RTI is next.
So
I hope I didn't go through that too fast. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat.
There we go. So, all right, so now we are at RTI. And so we're going to take a look at just what RTI is and kind of break that down for you. What we've heard so far today in the middle part of our presentation is just about the unit planning, the targets, the getting ready to teach part, the assessing. So once you've gone through and given the assessments and now you have the data, this is where RTI is going to kind of step into there. Is now that you have the data and you can look at everything, now what are you going to do? What do you notice? What do you see? And what are you going to do about it? So really, this is going to answer the last two of the big four questions. What will we do if they do not learn it? And what will we do if they know it already? And Courtney kind of touched upon the, if they know it already, and how to really help those kids excel and going beyond the grade level content. I'm going to focus a little bit more on what will we do if they don't learn it, if they're not sure and they don't have that. So first of all, what is response to intervention? Or RTI is broken down as response to intervention, and it's a school-wide plan that consists of a multi-tiered system of intervention that ensures every student will receive additional time and support for learning as soon as they experience difficulty in acquiring essential knowledge and skills. So really long, lots of big words, and just once we see from the get-go that students might be struggling or having some difficulty with certain skills, that's when we're going to be starting this process, not after weeks and weeks of struggling or anything. As soon as we see that, we're going to start putting this into play, these interventions into play. Sometimes people, I know from my building, we've really been trying to revamp our RTI process over the years. We've really tried to do a good job of really making some changes over the last 3 to 4 years. And one of the biggest misconceptions that we kind of get from the teachers in the building is some people feel that once I get a kid, I need to get a kid in RTI because that's going to put them into special education. They're going to get tested for special ed. And we need to understand that RTI is not a special education program. And we shouldn't use RTI to hopefully get a kid into special ed. That's not the point of it. RTI is to help give additional time and support for learning. So we shouldn't automatically think if we go through the RTI process, then that's the end goal. The end goal is to give the students what they need in order to achieve learning. So it's not a special education program and it's not a regular education program. This is a whole process and it's a school-wide process. So why do we even need to have RTI in our building? This particular quote was found in the Learning by Doing book. And it says one of the most authentic ways to assess the degree to which a school is characterized by high expectations is to examine how the organization responds when some students do not learn. So if we're all for this high expectation, we want all kids to succeed, then what is it? What do we do when they don't get it? Because like it's been mentioned by the other ladies, no matter how good of a teacher you are, no matter all the objectives you go through and the skills and how you teach it, there are just going to be some kids that they need more time. So what is it that we're going to do when they need that because they didn't get it the first time? Another big reason for the need for RTI is with the Individuals with Disability Education Improvement Act. So it calls for, it used to be kind of, and in my building, I used to hear a lot that SPED trumps everything. As an ESOL teacher, I couldn't pull some kids because if they went to special education or resource, well, SPED trumps ESOL or this. And so we need to really stop thinking of this as some sort of big divide between regular education, special education. We don't need to have this division between that. So that's what this brought out. It also called for an end to the discrepancy model. So for a while, a student was not eligible to get support until they've had a period of time where they just were failing. They weren't improving. They weren't able to learn the necessary skills. And so that with RTI, that does not exist. Okay, when you see a student that is struggling, you are acting upon that immediately. How do we know that? That comes from those assessments that Courtney was talking about. When you're giving those common formative assessments, when you're giving the common summative assessments, you are looking at the data, you're providing that timely feedback. So if you're doing that on a regular basis, you already can see which students know it, which students don't. So we need to start acting as soon as we see that we've got some students that aren't getting it. And then we also want to have RTI because we don't need to just focus on as long as we're being compliant, okay? We need to really focus on results, and we're here for student learning. And the National Center of Response to Intervention says that schools are called to integrate assessment and intervention within a multi-level prevention system. Okay, so there are different tiers and different levels to the interventions depending on what the student's needs are. So when we say a multi-tiered intervention system, there's kind of these four basic parts to it. Number one, it needs to be timely. So this begins when students are first experiencing difficulty. Like I said before, this isn't well, it's been 6 weeks, we're at the end of the quarter and they still don't know A, B, and C. It's from the moment that we start seeing that. This intervention time, this intervention system should be directive, meaning this should be a mandatory. This is not an opt-out program. This is not an invite, come for it. No, if the student isn't able to master the skill, after it's been taught, then there's no ifs, ands, or buts. This is what you need, and this is what you're going to be provided with. This type of system also needs to be systematic, which is a collective school-wide responsibility, not the individual teacher. Teachers have so much on their plate already. Once I stepped out of the classroom and became the ESOL teacher, I am kind of shocked by how much classroom teachers have on their plates every single day. I don't even know how you guys have time to just breathe and be able to plan for everything you do. So if somebody were to tell you, well, you're in charge of all the intervention too, and you have 25 students, 28 students in your class, and what if like half of them, they all need something different. And then you've got this other group here. It's really hard. You're not Superman and Superwoman. So we've got to be able to work together as a school, and everybody has to be on board, because it's not just my kids, it's our kids. And that's how we need to think of them. And then this intervention system needs to be within the school day. This is probably more primarily for secondary schools, middle school, high school, that might have before school tutoring, after school tutoring, but sometimes that just doesn't work for kids and for their families. They have buses, they have sports, they need to take care of family members or go to jobs. And just think about the teachers as well. If you had to always come in before school and after school and all that extra time. So this really needs to be set aside in the school day, which means the schedule is going to be huge. That's going to be a big piece of this, is being able to schedule in a set intervention time to make this work. Now, this isn't something that you necessarily want to, it's good to kind of look at other schools. Well, how did you do it? How did you do it? Find a school that's comparable to yours as far as the diversity, the population, things like that. But again, as the other ladies have mentioned throughout all the other pieces, you need to really make it your own for what works in your building. So use the existing resources that you have. The time that you have, the personnel that you have, the materials you have, but think of it in a different way. So just because you've always done an intervention this way doesn't mean it needs to be the same way now. Okay, you've got to really think outside of the box and figure out how can we best use the people in the building with the time that we have. I know in my building 2 years ago, before the pandemic, we found a way to schedule the last 30 minutes of the day building wide was our intervention time. And that really allowed us that if we had some kids, let's say in second grade, that were still working on like first grade skills, we could send them over to a first grade group because everybody in the whole building was doing that at the same time. Okay. But it really took time to figure out, well, how are we going to manage the schedule? And we had to push activity times up. We had to maybe one grade level always had recess at this time of the day. Well, you have to balance those things out. What's the most important thing? Think again at the end goal in mind. Where are we trying to go? And so you have to make those harder changes that might not be well liked at first, but if we're trying to bring everybody on board and think as a collective group, what is it that we're trying to accomplish here? All right. So in with PLC, they have a pyramid of for an RTI pyramid that kind of goes through the whole learning outcomes and the intervention intensity. And so this is linked as well when you receive the PowerPoint or the slides presentation. So as you can see, they've got this triangle shape here, and there are 3 tiers to the pyramid, and each tier means a different level and a different intensity of instruction. And as we were kind of planning this, Courtney reminded me of how when we typically see some type of intervention pyramid, we typically see it the reverse way, with the point up at the top, the smallest point at top, and then working our way down. But really, the way that they have theirs set up, and when you think about it, at tier 1, that's your core instruction, okay? That's your main teaching. That should be the biggest part of what you do, okay? What the student's learning is coming from you, the teacher. So right there, that is your core instruction, okay? This is where all students have access to the grade level standards, okay? The grade level academics. So that is the biggest chunk there. Everybody gets that. then moving down, notice how the triangle, we're starting to get a little bit smaller because not once we get the grade level access to the content, now we're going into tier 2. So we're looking at supplemental interventions. So once you've taught the unit of study, you've given your assessments, you look at your data and you see, okay, which students did not make the mastery level for that particular learning target. And so it should be getting smaller. So then those students are getting that tier 2 intervention. So they're getting support on the grade level essential targets and maybe some prerequisite skills that in order to do that target, maybe they were weak or needed extra help on that prerequisite, right? So after going through that tier 2, notice as we get towards the bottom of the pyramid, it gets a little bit smaller. And this is our tier 3, our intensive interventions. So these students, okay, we've gone from grade level core content. And so if they didn't master that core content, we're moving into our tier 2. So they're getting that extra intervention on that grade level target skills. Okay, and maybe some that are just a prerequisite, excuse me. And then for those students that are really struggling, now we're moving down. So it shouldn't be as many kids as it was before. Okay. And so these students might be kids that they are really missing some of those foundational skills. This is where you see some of those students that are coming into you, not a grade level behind, they might be 2 grade levels or more behind. They're really missing those foundational pieces there. Okay. So we go from everybody down to, it should get smaller. If you've got everybody needing tier 3 intervention, then that kind of tells me we need to start back up on tier 1. There's something wrong with our core instruction up at the top. Okay. So that takes you through it. We're going to go through each one just a little bit more. Okay. So think of it as kind of this roadmap. So same thing that I was mentioning before is kind of how you would approach this. So the first thing you're going to do is tier 1 instruction. Teachers provide all students access to essential grade level curriculum through effective teaching. And I made a little note in parentheses down here because I know that this has been a question in my district, and Amy being an ESOL teacher as well, she saw the same thing in hers, that for ESOL students, when they are pulled or when they're working with an ESOL teacher for their language instruction, that is not an intervention. That is part of their core instruction. So that is tier 1. And I think sometimes there's confusion about that as far as, oh, well, if they're getting pulled out of the classroom, they're getting something extra, which means it's an intervention. No, for language learners, getting language development is part of their core instruction. So that is a tier 1. So if you've got anybody telling you that they're already getting tier 2, no. Now, if the ESOL teacher, after working with that student, if they're getting pulled another time with the ESOL teacher because they're in need of more intensive language development, so if they're getting pulled a second time, that would then move them to the next tier. Okay, but just regular language development for those ESOL kids is part of their tier 1. So the teacher has provided the tier 1 instruction, that really good effective teaching. And so as we move down, the teacher's monitoring their learning using informal and formal assessments like the CFAs and the CSAs that Courtney was talking about. And then based on the assessment data, students are identified that need additional time and support to master essential grade level curriculum. Okay, so that's just for the grade level part. So that moves us into the tier 2. So we've gone from the top, the biggest part of the pyramid with everybody, down to that middle part. So we should see a smaller number of students that might need just a little bit more support. So in tier 2 is that supplemental intervention. It's on specific grade level targets. and any of those prerequisite skills. So these interventions is not just whole group reteaching. These have to be timely, these are targeted, flexible, and fluid. And so think about when we had in our building, when we had that building-wide time for intervention, when we saw, let's say we sent a second grader down to a first grade classroom to work on a prerequisite skill that they needed. Once that teacher saw that they had mastered after doing that intervention for a week or 2 weeks, once that student mastered it, they leave the group, they come right back out. And then they look at what's the next thing that they need. So a student never stays in that intervention the whole time. It should be fluid, okay? And you should have some flexibility. That's where if you're looking at this as a school-wide system, then we should be able to have a second grader go to a first grade teacher's classroom, or a fifth grader go down to a third grade classroom if need be. That's where the flexibility comes from. It also comes from using all of your personnel resources. If you've got activity teachers that have an extra planning time, why not use them to come in and do some interventions with students? So not just flexibility with groupings, but even flexibility with your personnel as well. So in that tier 2, they're working on those grade level targets that they didn't get the first time in their whole group tier 1 instruction. And then moving into tier 3. So we've had the interventions and we're working on them. Some kids are moving back, they got it, but then we've got some kids that are really struggling. And then we're seeing that these students are not only really struggling on those grade level skills, but they don't even have the prerequisites beforehand. So tier 3 is intensive remediation targeted for students that are lacking essential foundational skills that should have been mastered. This is where you're having a more targeted intervention with a teacher. Like, let's say now you're bringing in your reading teacher. We call them our reading teachers. They used to be our, oh goodness, the name left me, but they were doing all like the small intensive reading instruction. Okay, so that teacher may also be the one that's doing these tier 3 interventions. In our building, our reading teacher is also dyslexia trained. And so they have they are highly trained in helping students with reading and all of those foundational skills that they need in order to read. So she's a perfect person to help out, especially with those tier 3 students that need that intensive intervention. So after we've got those tier 3, it says only when intervention has occurred within all 3 tiers with data to support a lack of progress should a referral process for special ed testing even begin. And that's very important to make sure that is understood by everybody, is that students don't just go to RTI or have RTI and get interventions for just a couple of weeks. Oh, they didn't get it, we're done. They have to have that core content instruction. Then they need to be given interventions on that grade level target. And then they also, if they need it, they need to have that more intensive tier 3 intervention. If they haven't had all 3 tiers of intervention, then they should not be up for referral. They should not be going through any sort of special education testing or anything like that until they've had all appropriate levels of instruction. Okay. Any questions about this so far? Because I know it's a lot.
I know, I think it's so important. A comment that you made there is that sometimes kids that get tier 3 are pulled out for tier 3 during that when the class is getting tier 1. And so they're missing that instruction that's going on for tier 1. And these kids are already behind. And so an important point you made there was that if you get tier 3, You have to make sure that if a student qualifies for tier 3, you have to be sure that they also get tier 2 and they also get tier 1. All of it should be guaranteed. You can't get tier 3 while tier 1 is going on for everyone else. And you can't be pulled for tier 3 while the rest of the class is doing tier 2. So it's important that everyone gets tier 1. Those who qualify get tier 2, but also tier 1. But if you qualify for tier 3, if you're a year to a year and a half behind on foundational skills and you qualify for tier 3, then you are also guaranteed to get tier 2 and tier 1. The kids will never get caught up if you substitute one for the other. So great thing to point out there.
And I think that's where building that master schedule in the building, like prioritizing and making time for that intervention where there is no new learning going on to ensure that students are able to get all 3 tiers. So yes, thank you for hitting on that point, Robin. Appreciate it.
Thing is
add something just down here because I do the special education, and quite often, and I hate to say it, it goes on at our school even, they'll move them through the whole process and then they'll refer them, and they may qualify, they may not. And when I get the student, I go back to the teacher and I ask, well, what was it that you were doing with this student to intervene? How were you helping them? And a lot of times I hear, oh, well, that data just came from our weekly spelling test or what we did with everybody else. And they're pulling it from their tier 1 data. They're not actually always doing above and beyond. They're just saying, well, they're still not getting it from tier 1. You actually have to do additional things with that student in these tiers before you qualify them for SPED, because we'll get them, they'll say, oh, they qualified into 2nd grade or they qualified 3rd grade. And by the time they leave 3rd grade, when we actually do all of these things with them, they're on grade level or above. So the kid really probably didn't qualify had they had the interventions and not just recording weekly data to say, look, they didn't progress. You actually have to do something with that student besides just.
We run into that with our ESL students too. They want to automatically say, well, you do tier 1, as Ileana was saying. No, I'm not tier, they're like, you're an intervention. I'm like, no, I'm not an intervention. I'm tier 1. They need language development. But what we're running into is some teachers automatically, because our level 1s don't have the language. They just don't. You cannot expect them. It's your job. It's the teacher's job to scaffold for these kids and to help them. There's all different ways to scaffold for them to make sure that they're getting the same content, because it's by law, they have to get that same content. You cannot fail them because of language. And that's what we're running into right now, where some of my students this year, I got a big long list of ones that they're wanting to retain, but these students are level 1 students, and you cannot retain a child on language level. It's against the law. So they're wanting to just skip them through the tiers and put them to tier 3 and be like, okay, well, they're going to qualify for special ed. That's not what that's for either. And so that's where I've been beating my head against the wall to try to make them understand that if they don't have the language, the academic language, they don't have our language, you can't hold them accountable for that right now.
Those are 2 really good points. Rachel and Amy, I'm so glad you popped in there, because both of those things are just absolutely critical. Going back to what Ileana was saying about the different tiers and making sure that it's important that they get them, that could go back to those collective commitments that you make as a staff when you commit to making sure that students get the time that they need to learn in any tier. And so that could be part of the collective commitments you make for your building, because when it comes time to scheduling and everyone's fighting, like, fighting for their slot is what I mean. If they're fighting for their time, you have the speech person, you have the dyslexia person, you have your ELL people, you have your SPED people, your resource people. Everyone is wanting their time, PT, OT. And So if as a building, you've made a collective commitment to be sure that kids get what they need through these tiers, then that helps pave the way for those scheduling nightmares to kind of go away. But great point, girls. I'm just right here, just shaking my head like, yes, you're right. Okay, Eliana.
No, I'm just like preach, because that's the same. Amy and I kind of have the same message, and oh yeah. So, so there are on this particular slide, you'll have access to these links here. One of the things that I kind of realized afterward is that I didn't make a slide for who makes up an RTI team. Usually, like in our building, we had an RTI team that consisted of my assistant principal, and then it had our lit and math facilitators, our speech teachers, special education teacher, ESOL counselor, our district's school psychologist, or I mean, not our district, our school psychologist. And so we created an RTI team that helped to, once students were kind of brought up through the RTI process, we kind of looked at the students' data and stuff. We broke out into consultants, and we were assigned grade level teams that we then worked with those grade levels to help them. How do I record information? Who are the students I'm concerned about? What are the interventions that I'm going to do? What kind of data am I going to collect? And so we would meet with those teams, and we would help guide them through their intervention process, and just make sure that we're collecting the data, that we're changing out our interventions as needed. And then that's where we would help if we notice that through their data and their work that we see some students that are really still struggling. Those students were brought to our big RTI team, and we started to look at those students as, okay, what have they received? What do they need? What else do they need as far as interventions go? At what level of interventions do we need to change it up, go another tier with them? Or have we done everything we can, and we really need to start looking at that referral process? And one of the things that our team did is we would look at some of these essential questions for special education identification. And the one I'm going to show you comes from one of the books on our resource slide. This is through Solution Tree. And so it takes each tier that you go through. So tier 1 is that core content, that really effective teaching right there. And so just looking at a few questions such as, did the student have access to rigorous grade level curriculum? Because if they didn't even have access to grade level curriculum, we can't even begin to start that conversation of referral for special ed. They didn't get what they needed to start with. As you move down into tier 2, when you're looking at the interventions on the grade level skills that they didn't quite master the first time, did we identify the student for supplemental time and support in a timely manner? Did we catch it right away, or have they been struggling for weeks and we never noticed? What were their needs? What interventions were used? So not just reteaching. Tier 2 is not just let me reteach it. That's part of tier 1. Tier 2 is what research-based interventions. So like they were saying, that Rachel was saying, you have to do something different. You have to be doing these other types of interventions to hit those specific skills that they missed. And then even further, moving into tier 3. And so when were they referred for intensive support? What was the process used to identify their needs? What were those research-based interventions for that tier 3 level of intervention? So you can use these as you're working in your grade level teams, or as an RTI team, when you're as you're building begins to think about the whole process and putting together a team to kind of help through the RTI process, I thought this was a really great resource. Just some questions to make sure that, are you able to, can you answer these questions to say, yes, we've done everything that we can at each of these different levels before you even approach the subject of special education referral. There is a book. Here's the book, Uniting Academic and Behavior Interventions. It is through Solution Tree. And on page 145, there is an expanded list. So the same tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 list with questions. In this book, it has even more questions. So you can get a little bit more in depth for each tier. Then there's also an end of unit common assessment protocol. So this comes from Solution Tree, of course. And so as we're kind of, again, RTI is not a separate process from the whole PLC process. Like, everything works together. So when Courtney was talking about those common assessments and looking at those CFAs and CSAs and the data from that, okay, this is just one sheet that you could use to kind of, okay, which students didn't demonstrate mastery on the standard. So this is looking at tier 2. So after that core instruction, which ones didn't get it, what practices are most effective, and then it works. So how can we improve it, and what interventions are needed? So it really kind of asks some different questions, ways that you can look at your common assessments and ask these questions to see kind of which ones got it, which ones didn't. Maybe we need to change something in the assessments. Like Courtney was saying, she's always looking at her assessments, and is there something that I could have done differently, or maybe it wasn't clear enough for the students. So this would be a good resource here. And then here's another document. It's a response to intervention documentation form. Now, whatever works for you and whatever works for your school to document data is great. We've been trying, I think we've changed our documentation forms every single year and even during the year, just trying to find something that really works for you and for your team and for your school. It would be really helpful if all the teams, if you could have a common documentation form, it makes it a lot easier to try and be able to tell exactly what the intervention was, what was the need, here's the data. But this is just one. If you need a starting place, this one is here. So it just gives who's the student, grade, the teacher, what is the difficulty, and what was the summary of their tier 1 instruction. Here's the tier 2 intervention plan. Here's what we noticed with the tier 2 intervention, some observations, and then an overall summary. And then, okay, if we need to go into tier 3, here's the plan, here's the observation, here's the summary and recommendation. So this would be an ongoing, you'd be adding to this form as you go and changing the interventions as needed in order to help that student succeed. There we go. So just some tips with the RTI process, and this is in the Learning by Doing book. And when you're creating this whole intervention and these multi-tiered interventions, don't get stuck. First of all, don't get stuck in how things were done in the past. Okay. Well, we've always used to do it this way, or it really seemed to work when we did it like this. And one thing that I've kind of learned with PLC is you really have to step away from, you know, if what we always did in the past seemed to, if it was working now, then it would be working and we wouldn't need to be going through all of this process. So don't get stuck with that. And I know you'll have some people that might say, well, I used to always do this. We've got to be open to trying to change things and kind of being open and willing to try something different. Intervention should be fluid and not permanent. When you're working an intervention with a student, if after 2 weeks you've done a particular intervention and you see that it's working, great. Okay, done. If they've mastered it, you've got the data, they've mastered it, move on to the next thing. If you see a student hasn't mastered it, you need to change your intervention, try something else, because you can't just say, oh, well, I did this intervention, they didn't get it, they need to go to the next level. Well, maybe they just need a different type of intervention. So we got to be willing to change it up. There's not a time, there's not a time aspect to you can only spend or only have 2 weeks on an intervention. If they don't get it in 2 weeks, that's it. It's going to take multiple times. Some kids may need to learn it, they may need to try it a third time, a fourth time. They're going to need the extra. So your intervention should also change. Your groupings of students need to be fluid. Kids who master it out, bring in new kids, and change as needed. RTI works best with teams rather than individual teachers. Okay, one teacher, like I said before, you can't do it all. I mean, I'm amazed by how much y'all do in a school day anyway. Adding this layer on top of it is just, there's no way that you could hit all the needs. So if we're talking about a school-wide plan, okay, it really needs to be everybody on board. Create a plan that works for your school, not just adopting from another school. So especially when it comes to scheduling, you got to look at what you've got in your building. What time do you have? What personnel do you have? What materials do you have? You don't need to go and buy new stuff. You don't need to try and see, well, maybe we can get more people. You work with what you've got. Okay, you just have to use it in a different way. Effective intervention requires diverse formats for delivery and differentiated instruction. It's not the same teaching, and it's not just reteaching. It's got to be done in a different way. Doing in a project, in a game, in any other type of format that can be done that's different from just your whole group instruction. And differentiated, meaning you're hitting that kid on their level. You're not still, when you're in tier 2, you're not still on that big, if I'm teaching it to a whole group. You got to bring it down and bring it to a more focused approach for that student or that small group of students, because they didn't get it here. So you got to kind of zoom in and be more specific with them. And I thought the last tip that they gave in the book was interesting. It says, no support system will compensate for bad teaching. If you think about the pyramid, the biggest part of the pyramid is the top, and that's tier 1 instruction. That's your grade level content instruction. And that's for every student in the building. So we got to have that effective, we got to be using effective teaching strategies, using the scaffolds for those ESOL students, or even for your students that are in special education, using those resources and the scaffolds in the classroom, modifications. Okay, we've got to use those here because that's the biggest chunk, and that's what our students need first. Okay, and the others will come as needed. So, all right. I will stop sharing now. If there are any questions about all of that, that's a whole lot. So, okay. So resources.
So now we just have resources. It's nothing, crazy. We've all been sharing resources throughout. So these are just book resources that are through Solution Tree that some of us kind of recommended. And if you actually click these, they'll take you directly to where you can go purchase it if you don't have it. So if you're curious about any of them, I highly recommend, if you do not have this book, this is the book you need to get first. Out of everything you can buy through Solution Tree, all the products, everything, this is the first thing you need to buy, because this is the basics, the foundation, all of that. This is also a great resource for all the questions you might have. And then these are 2 assessment books, also great. But remember, you want to start with learning by doing. And if you liked all the stuff about the RTI stuff, and when you're prepared and ready to venture into RTI, these are both very great books for RTI, as well as this video workshop that you can purchase. So these are just on there for you. So you can look through them should you want to. Other things have been linked throughout the presentation. And now technically we're on a break time, but I don't know if we want to break, if we just want to do questions and then be done for the day. Because all we have left is questions.
Let's take questions.
Yeah.
And so we would, if you would like, go ahead and just unmute yourself and ask any question for anybody on the panel. You can ask it about anything you've heard today, or if you feel more comfortable putting it in the chat, we can answer from there. This is all the contact information for all of the people on the panel today. This is our email addresses. I will speak for all of us to say we would love to hear from you. We'd love to get the feedback. I know at Spratling, we even host visitors. So if your team wants to come and visit our building, we would love to host you. We actually make it kind of a little event for the day where we pulled teacher teams for you to have some private discussions, and you get to spend some time with our LOLs, and you get to spend some time in the building. All right, so someone has put in the chat, I'm just going to offer this up for anyone to answer. Can we print the blank forms from this slide?
If it says reproducible, then Solution Tree allows you to utilize it for any purpose. That's a great thing about reproducibles. If they're a product like from myself, any template, you're welcome to utilize them. If you need more versions that are easily accessible, if you're not very tech friendly, just contact me and I'll happily share things. I don't know if there's anything else that would have been unable for you to access. You should, all of the links are able for everybody to get to. You have access. Most of the things you'll have access to, though, you only have viewer access. You won't be able to edit. You have to download it yourself, and then you'll be able to access it fully for editing purposes.
I will also say that a lot of the reproducibles, well, we just get all of them out of Solution Tree books mainly. So they're in there. They're in Learning by Doing. I'll even really put a shout out to the Big Book of Tools, which is a Solution Tree book, because all it is it's this huge book compiled of templates and reproducibles. They just put it all in one book. So that's very cool. Thanks, Megan. She says, thank y'all so much for doing this. What other questions? Shirley. Kelly says, no questions here, just happy I attended. So thankful for all your time and talents, ladies. They are a talented group, and I love working with them. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for that feedback.
I wanted to add one thing back. Megan had asked a question earlier about, sharing assessments and working by herself. One thing we found in our third grade team is we have like 2 math teachers, 2 reading. And so it's great, you have 2 people, but we found if we created an assessment or were working on them, we would bring that in, our math test in, or what we were working on in our standard, to our literacy teachers to let them take it and look at it. They look at it totally different than a math teacher does. And they'd bring me their literacy test and I would read them. And if I couldn't understand the question or answer it, or I didn't know what they were looking for, then it really helped them, because as a math teacher, I tended to view those questions very different. So even though they may not teach your subject, they're still responsible for your art. It's everyone's students. So if they're involved in your assessments and they're seeing what your standards are and what you're creating, it also helps them to support you as a math teacher, to support that reading teacher and ask and answer questions, how to, we do word problems constantly. So I'm constantly teaching my students how to read a question, how to pull details from a story. And as I work with the literacy teachers to see what they're trying to teach, we are able to support that a lot within our other classes, but mainly because we've seen what they're trying to get to, where they're trying to get their students to, where we didn't know that before. We just knew what the math standards were. So you can share them with other teachers.
Another thing that we've done is in our assessments, our summative assessments, is keep a tally of like the kids that missed a certain number. So then when you come back to collaborate with your team, you're looking at that data and saying, well, 60% of the kids missed this question. This question must have been worded wrong, or we've got to look at the wording on this question. What caused them to miss this question? So that's helped to tweak a lot of our assessments to see and identify, which ones they're struggling with. What did we do wrong? Did we not ask it correctly? And we figured out that with our ELs, that they were all missing a certain question. It was like, okay, we've got to figure out how to make this more accessible to them because they're not getting this. They don't have the background knowledge for this question in this type of wording.
Great point. Great point. Any other questions? Any other wonderings that we can help with? We would love to do that. So Ms. Thompson says, same assessment, but delivered in a different manner by different teachers on the same team, paper versus computerized. What are your thoughts?
That is a great question. And that is one I've pondered several times. There's two answers really, in my opinion. One, it could be fine because one classroom might be very used to computerized and one classroom might be very used to paper. But two, if they're not used to it and one does one and one does the other, and normally it's a different path, then your data will become skewed. And so that's the question, is your data going to be skewed? So if it's not accurate, meaning, okay, the kids that did computerized did worse than the kids that did paper, then that's when you have to stop and say, okay, what can I do to make sure the equity is there? That's all you're looking for. So if one class does great computerized and one doesn't, do it that way. But if you're seeing a major difference, then know that the factor would be the way they're being assessed. But as long as the questions and everything else is the same, then you should be fine.
That's a great point, Courtney. I hadn't thought of that. I actually really agree with you on that. Ms. Thompson, for me, it's not necessarily about the way they're assessed as the content and the agreed upon way that it's made in the teams when you're developing your units of study. That's the most important thing, and how teachers decide on proficiency levels up front and the rubrics up front, those types of things. So to me, the method of giving the test is neither here nor there. However, let me just add a little caveat to that. Third grade is the first year that students are required to take the ACT Aspire, and it's all computerized. And so if we don't introduce assessing digitally early in the year and do it along, we're really setting them up for failure for the big assessment in the spring because they haven't had the chance to acclimate to digital testing. I'm not this big proponent that thinks that all testing has to be done digitally, because I don't. But just in the third grade, it seems a little bit more important than maybe other grades because of that big factor for the spring with them, and they've not had to do that up till this point, not in the ACT format. Now they do it in whatever state assessment your district has deemed necessary for K2. However, those assessments, if you've seen them, they look nothing like the ACT Aspire. So, just setting them up for success so that along they are testing digitally. But I think the format doesn't really matter, but other than what Courtney said.
I think the pandemic helped us out in the technology area. If we look at a positive that came out of it, these kids they're already savvy anyway, but we didn't have to do a lot of background teaching with, how to take an assessment. So that kind of was a positive out of that because we had to do a whole different way of testing this year than before.
I would still be really my brain just always goes straight to ESOL kids. And so I think about, I kind of think about what's really the purpose of the assessment. Like if it's a math assessment, is the purpose to see if they can read it or if they can do the math. So if we can either scaffold those bigger problems where there's more reading to it, or or give it to them orally for those parts, or does it all have to be done in big word problems? Can they be given things maybe that has more pictures? So because that makes a difference too. We had to use a lot of the online, use Google Forms or things like that for our assessments for our ESOL kids this year, and it just seems to make a difference too, especially when if they're doing it on their own versus if they're just working on the computer versus if you're delivering the assessment to them yourself. So I don't know, for our ESOL kids, I just kind of always keep that little piece in mind. What are you really trying to assess and what are you really trying to get out of the assessment to learn about the student?
Ileana and Amy, I love how you always keep bringing in the things that are needed for ESOL. And I love how Rachel brings in the special ed aspect of that. And Courtney just has so much knowledge. So I just really, I just want to thank the team that put on this presentation today. They worked hard on it, and to make sure that we could deliver it to you in an understandable manner. Another great thing about this, y'all, is that these are practitioners. These are teachers that are teaching. And I love when teachers are teaching teachers. I love that. I would rather listen to someone who's where the rubber meets the road, just like me, any day of the week, rather than someone that's removed from the classroom. Because, they know the struggle and they know the reality of it. And so I just really appreciate Amy and Ileana and Courtney and Rachel for being on this team and for being great practitioners and willing to spread the news. I also want to thank Lindsay Swaggerty. Lindsay is the ERZ director at the University of Arkansas. She's been one of our hosts today. She's trying to make sure everything's staying going in the background and keeping us all where we can share our screens and things. And we really appreciate her helping us facilitate in that way. And we appreciate you staying with us. We know you're not on contract, and we know that this is one of your vacation days, but hey, you chose to spend it with us, and we appreciate it. Please feel free to contact us. We'd love to hear from you. Any of us are willing to help you at any time. And so you guys have a great rest of the day. Okay.
Absolutely. Just thank you so much for being here. And thank you, teachers, for everything that you do. We're very, very grateful for you. And you're not told that enough, but we do appreciate you. So thank you so much to everyone.
Okay. Bye, guys.